Councilmember Philseth. Councilmember Fine. Here. Councilmember Holman. Here. Vice Mayor Niss. Here. Councilmember Koo. Here. Mayor Scharf. Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Wolbach. Here. 7 present. Council is now going to go into a closed session conference with labor negotiators.
I will need a motion to do that. Second? Okay, all those in favor say it by voice. Aye. Everyone's in favor. Thank you very much. Thank you.
closed session, and we have no reportable action. And now we'll move on to our PTC Council study session. And I, first of all, just wanted to welcome all the planning commissioners here and tell you how much we really appreciate your service and what a great opportunity this is to hear from you guys. You know, how's it going, what you're thinking, any thoughts you have. And so, you know, obviously it's sort of feedback from you and from council, and we're looking forward to hearing what you have to say. Let me just get a little organized here. So I think the first thing we do is we put together a little agenda with your chair and vice chair. And what we thought we'd do is we'd first talk about the priorities and focus in 2017, and then we'd talk a little bit about process improvement opportunities if people want to address that. We only have an hour, so, you know, we're going to have to basically try and be concise in what we say.
Explain to the audience what we're doing, they don't all understand.
Okay, sure.
We're starting at 6.
So what we're doing is we're doing a joint study session with the PTC and with council, and we'll be talking about that. And after that, so starting at, it's now 6, so starting at 7, we'll do public comment, if that's what people are interested in. Unless you want to address this item, at which point you obviously can address this item on public comment as well. But for items not on the agenda, our general public comment will be shortly after 7 o'clock. All right. I guess I will kick this off just briefly and say one of my priorities, and I think the council's as well, is getting the comp plan done this year. And as you know, we've made great progress on going through all of the elements. We have a few more coming to us that you guys have looked at. In June, we're going to refer the comp plan item out to the PTC. And I think some of the questions is your role and what we expect you to do and, you know, what's helpful to us, those kind of things. I thought it would be helpful to have the city attorney address your role in the process. And I think from my point of view, and I think the council's point of view, we'd like to have it back, so in September or maybe even earlier, and so we can move forward on our process.
Thank you, Mayor Scharf. City Attorney Molly Stump. There are some special provisions in the Palo Alto Administrative Code about adoption of the comprehensive plan, and in a somewhat unusual format, our administrative code, our municipal code, refers to the state law as it existed in 1955. And I'm going to refer a little bit to my notes here because my staff has been pretty precise in thinking this issue through, and I want to make sure that I describe the process accurately. So in our code and in the state law from 1955, there are 2 processes for approving a comp plan. And one involves a comp plan that would be initiated by a planning commission, which adopts it, certifies it to council, and then council adopts the plan. The second process that's described in the code involves the city council initiating amendment of the comp plan and then referring that to the Planning and Transportation Commission. And it's that second process that applies to our current work, and that's also most consistent with the current state of state law that applies to throughout the state to municipalities amending their comprehensive plan. So under that process, the council refers changes or proposed additions to the comp plan to the PTC, and the PTC needs to hold a public hearing, at least one noticed public hearing, and make a report to council on the proposed new comprehensive plan. The PTC has 90 days to submit its report, and after that date, the proposed changes would be presumed approved unless the council were to extend that time. The city council then has to hold at least one noticed public hearing prior to adoption. Now, if this is confusing to anybody who's watching from home, because folks know that both the Planning Commission and the City Council have had many, many meetings on the comprehensive plan, and the citizen group, the CAC, has also had dozens of meetings. This actually refers to the formal part of the sort of the end of the process as we're doing it, where all of the elements have been reviewed and it's pulled together into a single proposed document. So it's what's coming up here at the end of the process to finish it. So again, 90 days. The PTC will have to review the full plan when it gets referred from the council and make a report with recommendations back to the city council, which has the authority to adopt the plan.
All right, thank you. And now, if the chair of the PTC has some comments, we'll start with you first. Well, you weren't expecting that.
Wasn't
I can do it differently if you don't want to do it that way. I just thought I'd give you the opportunity.
No, why don't? Well, I just want to, I'll speak for the commission here, and I'll say that we are excited to be here tonight. We have a full commission with a lot of new members. Everybody actually feels new because apparently I am now the longest-termed member of this commission, which seems just shocking. And I think that sort of new and somewhat more experienced commissioners on this commission are looking forward to hearing from council members regarding what are the priorities for 2017 in addition to the comp plan. How can we work together? Everyone's really eager on this commission to really figure out the best way to provide input and guidance and perspective for each of you. And so I'm excited to hear from you, and I appreciate the invitation to be here.
Okay, so I wanted to give everyone an opportunity to speak, and since we don't really have lights up to start with, I think it'd probably be better if we had some council members speak and then we had the commissioners speak. I think that might work the best. The only other thing is I did wonder, does everyone know everyone? It might be worthwhile to just do a short introduction if we start with Tom.
Tom Du Bois, been a council member for 2 years.
Lydia Ku, council member, started 2017.
Przemek Gardias, Planning and Transportation Commission since 2014.
Corey Wolbach, council since 2015.
Ed Lowing, Planning and Transportation Commission, started this role this year.
Liz Ness, I've been serving at this juncture since the beginning of 2013.
Asher Waldvogel, Planning Commission since 2014.
And Greg Sharp, I've been serving since 2010.
Mike ALCHECK, 2012.
Eric Filseth, Council, 2015.
Good evening. Susan Monk, serving since March of this year on the Planning Commission.
Greg Tanaka, City Council since this year and two-term Planning Commissioner.
Doria Suma, I started on the Planning Commission in 2017, and I'm also, if it's interesting to anyone, on the CAC, the Comp Plan Group.
Adrian Fine, on council just this year and former chair of the Planning Commission.
Eric Rosenblum on the Planning and Transportation Commission since 2014.
Karen Holman on council since 2010, 8.5 years on Planning and Transportation Commission, twice chair prior to that.
All right. Tom, do you want to kick us off? We'll go a little round for each council member, and then we'll go a little round of. All right. Anyone want to go next? Corey, you want to go?
So I think my attitude about the role of the PTC as it relates to the council has been pretty consistent for the last couple of, since, I started really paying close attention to the local process. And since before I joined, and certainly since I joined council. And I just want to emphasize that I really value having advice that is thoughtful, independent, and conscientious. And by that I mean, I hope that, that commission members don't feel driven to try and preempt or guess what we're going to want on council. That you'll look at the material, look at the range of options, and not be afraid to look even beyond what staff's recommended, and not be afraid to share what you really think, what your conscience thinks is a good recommendation for the community. Even if you think it might not be something we want to hear, even if you think it's something I might not agree with, it's still valuable to us. And even if we end up not following the advice that you've recommended as an individual commissioner or as a commission as a whole, having those conversations at the PTC is really invaluable for the community and for the city council. And I just want to really emphasize that point. I think that most of you, I think on the whole, the commission does a good job of that. But I know that there's probably a lot of pressure from a lot of sources for the PTC to be, for lack of a better phrase, political or politicized. And, we appoint you because, we want your advice. If we just wanted people to tell us what we wanted to hear, we wouldn't really need a PTC, but we really do want your advice. And advice sometimes means, having somebody who spends the time to study an issue and bring a different perspective. And we will value that, even if we disagree. So I just, again, wanted to emphasize that.
Liz, do you want?
Well, first and foremost, I think one of the things you want to know is, do we read your minutes or not? We do. I wish they were a little more succinct sometimes, but definitely I read your minutes. The second thing that I would notice is that over the past couple of years or so, the number of projects we've had go through planning has been much more limited, which means that what you have dealt with has been more limited. I notice you get out a lot earlier than we do, and that's of some concern. As Corey has mentioned, we greatly value what you do. There are 7 of you. You're now a full complement, and at the point where you can really make a big difference. Do you do a retreat? I can't remember, Michael.
When Eduardo Martinez was chair, we did do a retreat. I don't think we've done one since his second term.
I might suggest, while we're discussing this tonight, you might think about a retreat, because you're an interesting group. You have a full complement now, it's been a while, I think, since you've had that full complement. You have very different ideas. We've talked to all of you and interviewed most of you. And I think that that might give you more of a sense of where you all are, and also the same for us. So I'm delighted that you're all here tonight. That is terrific. And we'll see if we can't find more work for you to do.
Eric?
Yeah, pretty much a +1 to what Liz just said. I think, anybody can make a land use decision, right? Making a good land use decision is very complicated and challenging, and there's lots and lots of work to go around. So I very much appreciate you guys being part of the effort here. Thanks.
Greg?
Yeah, so first, I wanted to thank all the commissioners for your work, doing what you guys do. I know it's hard, but I appreciate it. I think the vice chair kind of captured what I was going to say, which is that the council is incredibly busy. We have a ton of different agenda items. Just look at our packet tonight. And I think the council, at least for me, I would love to empower the commission more to do a lot more of the heavy lifting, especially on these land use issues, so that by the time it hits council, it's fully vetted, and it's easy. It makes it easier for the council to figure out which direction to go. So I said that before, and I still say that now, and I look forward to seeing good work from you guys. Thank you.
Adrian?
So thank you all for coming. Been in your spot. This is a fun meeting, right? I just want to start with one thing. There are priorities, as the mayor said. Our comp plan, the TMA, paid parking studies. There is work to be done on the PTC, and we actually need your brain power. So that's something that's really important to us. We have a lot of work to get done. We don't expect it to drag on forever, but we do need your help. I really appreciate the input from PTC and from staff's responses to their questions. It is helpful in making decisions. As Greg said, we have large packets, and your guys' input really, really helps. I also want to see some initiatives from PTC. I'm open to seeing memos from you guys to see what is going on or what is interesting or a problem you've identified and a solution. We're happy to hear it. Nothing may happen, but it's good to see. One other thing. I tried really hard to address council and give my honest input to the city as just a citizen and as somebody who lives here and what I wanted to see happen. And I hope that happens from all of you too. It's okay to have discussion and disagreement. We appreciate that. We see it in the minutes and we look at that. I'm now trying to bridge the gap between PTC and council, and I think there's an important lesson for you all that it's important to push back on us. We don't know everything. We actually need direction too. And the PTC can play a role in that and help shape the city's projects. One comment for staff, and then I'll be finished. I'm just beginning to kind of see how different boards and commissions work and operate, and I think our city actually could have a more regular, uniform way of treating and empowering those boards and commissions. There seems to be some disparity across the different departments, and I'd love to see all of our boards and commissions operating at a high level of performance. Thank you.
Karen?
So, first of all, thank everyone for their service. It does take time. You hear the thunk on your doorsteps too, pretty regularly of the packets being delivered. Earlier, thank you for the question to the mayor and the response from city attorney, but I'd like to get a little bit of clarification around what the expectation is and role is of the Planning Commission in the comp plan. So the council made a number of recommendations about the comp plan. Planning Commission hasn't seen it for quite some time. And I always look at, and always have looked at, the Planning Commission as, you know, the authority that vets and vets issues before they come to the council, in this case, before they would come back to the council. And one of the differences between Planning Commission and council, with due respect for all the effort and time that you do put into it, is the volume of work that comes through the council is vastly different. I think Eric can now speak to that. Is vastly different from what comes to the Planning Commission. So you have the, if you will, luxury of some time. So I just want to get some clarity that because the council made some recommendations on the comp plan, I wouldn't expect the Planning Commission to redo everything. But if there's something that's spotted that's like, wait a minute, there might be a landmine here. Maybe we ought to look at the impact of this. So I just want to make sure the Planning Commission, when this does come back to them, have the authority and the responsibility even to make recommendations back to the council if they see something that's like, don't know about that.
So the municipal code and state law don't have detail in terms of how the Planning Commission does its work. The commission has the discretion to consider the full comprehensive plan that's before it. The requirement is to have at least one noticed public hearing and to provide a report. And so there's wide discretion there to decide how to utilize their time and attention. Council then receives that report and has then its full discretion to address the policy issues, including what is in the parts of the plan that perhaps the Planning Commission didn't focus on, as well as proposed recommendations and changes that the Planning Commission may have made. And the council is ultimately the final decision maker in terms of adopting the plan. Is that helpful?
I hope that's very helpful to everyone. It is to me. Thank you a lot.
Tom?
So again, thanks to all of you for serving. Really do appreciate it. I guess the reason I wasn't ready to go when we first called, I think generally when we do joint sessions, I find it very useful for the board or commission to prepare a presentation and maybe share presenting that amongst all the members. And so I'd suggest maybe next time that you guys do that, it'd be really useful to me to hear what questions you guys have. And I think as we speak tonight, I'm very interested in hearing kind of what questions you guys have for us. To echo, I guess, well, to talk about the comp plan a little bit, you know, I would urge, I guess, restraint when you guys review the comp plan. It did start with a major rewrite by the Planning Commission, and while I don't think any of you were on the Planning Commission at the time, were you? Okay, so we have one person who's been there the whole length of time. I'd urge you to really focus on clarity and consistency between the elements, rather than introducing kind of major policy changes at this point in the process. In terms of you know, the stuff that comes to us from the PTC, I really find it useful to see the pros and cons And I do read the minutes, and I often find that the debate is the most useful thing, even more useful than the conclusions. So I'd urge you guys to not settle on, one answer, but to actually, consider several options and provide feedback to us to consider kind of a variety of options. So, thanks.
Lydia? No? Okay. So I wanted to hear from the Planning Commissioner members then. So, Presmick? You're up.
Thank you. So again, thank you very much for having us here. It really feels like a greater Planning and Transportation Commission. And with the whole respect, I think that maybe we are the hosts, just looking at Adrian, Greg, and all our supporters. So Council, thank you very much for coming to our meeting. It's just a joke. But going to the serious business, right? So with this meeting in mind, I wrote the letter that you already received from me and also was forwarded to many others. That pretty much, when I think about this letter, it's I call it reform of PTC and its adjacencies, because it also addresses the role of PTC, relationship to the council, relationship to the Architectural Review Board, and some other different agencies. And those that didn't have a chance to read it, I recommend it. And some of the items that were raised are in a compact manner included in this letter. But just going to the couple of items, because the first topic is about focus on 2017, recognizing how important topic is the comprehensive plan, I just want to have a specific ask, because we already discussing how to approach the plan, but I have a specific ask. In this letter that I mentioned, there is a mentioning of the area-specific plans of California Avenue and Fry's Electronics. And knowing that some of the discussion items around California Avenue, like the recent garage structure, or maybe 255 Park Avenue, a public security building, they all could have been kept in context of the area plan, have we had it. Since we don't have it, I'm asking the council to please support my ask to direct planning resources toward working on the California Avenue area plan. Also, in addition, I'd like to make the same request of a separate plan for Fry's Electronics area. The lease is up at 2020, and knowing that it's going to take us probably 2 years to develop that plan, I think the time is right just to start the plan for Fry's Electronics, maybe in this sequence, maybe for Fry's Electronics and then for California Avenue. And then in case, one comment, if I may add, sorry for taking this much time, Vice Mayor Nis talked about just having us more busy, and I find opportunity in this meeting, and also you can find a comment in my letter, of us meeting early, at the beginning of the fiscal year, at the beginning right after the elections, and this way we can submit a plan on our plan to your review, and pretty much advise us what we think we should be working on. Just provide it to your review and just get your acceptance. This way you would have the whole knowledge about all the topics that will be considered. Thank you.
Ed?
Short leash. Okay, thanks. I appreciate the comments so far from council members, because the one thing that I was going to raise has already been a lot of the feedback, and that is that we can take something that you've already decided on, and we can tweak an ordinance, for example, like the 50,000 square foot limit that you guys passed in the January 30th council meeting, giving direction to keep it out of the comp plan, leave it in the ordinance, and tweak the ordinance. We can do that. That's a done deal. That's fine. But I think we would rather wrestle with some of these complicated issues earlier in the process so we could help you. I was saying to the Vice Mayor just before we started, our meetings are a lot shorter than yours. That doesn't seem to make sense. We should be able to offload you from some of your work by pre-processing some
Be
of
done
these.
by 11 and still get there before we are.
So, you know, and you're already reflecting this in terms of your comments here to the PTC, is that we would welcome the opportunity to, you know, dig into some things, to give you thought, to give you various options, as Corey suggested, that you can consider and be sort of more focused. So we'll take it either way to help you. Either it's done, please tweak some of this stuff, or it's a little bit amoeba-like, you know, help us work through here in the context of the priorities that you've already set for the year. And to the extent that we could get those with relatively long lead times, we can be more effective. We were, I think, as effective as could be on the ground floor retail, but didn't have a lot of lead time before that ordinance was going to expire. So we could have been more thorough about looking at some of the areas that maybe should not have been incorporated in that area, but there just wasn't enough lead time. So to the extent that we can all look out ahead of those things and get going earlier, we've got more time to process. So I just say, load us up. Thanks.
Asher?
What an invitation.
You're speaking about short leashes here.
I think his may be easier, but
I didn't want to take from the mayor.
Go right ahead.
he's a good chair.
Okay, thank you. I was pleased to hear a number of council members comment about valuing advice, because I think that's a good topic that we can discuss. And as somebody who gives advice for a living, professionally, mostly in business realms, I just have a couple comments about advice. And the really important thing about advice taking is that if you want to continue to get good advice, you have to listen to the advice that you get. That if you disregard advice for what appear like, you know, non-essential reasons or for arguments that are outside the scope that the advice was solicited, then you're unlikely to continue to get good advice because the work just won't go into to exploring the issues. I think that we've seen a couple examples of this on from the council already this year. I mean, there's even one on the consent calendar tonight. The ADU topic is something that was really well vetted on the Planning Commission. You know, we worked hard on that. We had a lot of meetings. We studied a lot of options. We worked with staff. You know, and we did something. Some people wanted to go farther. Some people didn't want to go as far. But we reached a compromise. And it's kind of disappointing to see that council went off and did something different without. I mean, if there were different political objectives than were originally set out, then it would be great to just forward that back to the Planning Commission and restate the problem. But I mean, within the scope of the problem that we were given, I think we did a good job. And so it's disappointing to see the advice just being turned away. I think it's, you know, as Councilmember Tanaka mentioned, he campaigned on the principle of delegating responsibility to the Planning Commission. And I just think that we just need to be clear on what the expectations are. And if we want to get good advice, we have to have a process to receive it. I don't think it's enough to just say, you know, read the minutes and look at the debate. Anyhow, that's my comment.
Well, in the interest in debate, let me first say that I think the comment that really resonated with me most was Councilman Du Bois's comment about the debate and the discussion almost being more relevant than the conclusion or the recommendation. I feel that way as a commissioner, and this may be a classic sort of difference between me and Vice Chair Walfogel, which is a lot of the issues that we deal with have winners and losers. And one component of land use, policy making is political, because when you have to choose who wins and who loses, that is very much the tough part of the political process. And I sort of endeavor to provide input that is our analytical approach to the problem. So not necessarily excluding from our review the winners and the losers, but trying to provide council with perspectives on solutions that may provide positive results. And My hope isn't so much that the council focuses on whether the recommendation passed 5-2 or 7-0, but oftentimes there are moments in our meetings where we begin to discuss a topic and we really pick up on a complicated part of it. And my hope is that that conversation that takes place can inform your decision-making process. You know, I've been on this commission now five plus years. I don't keep account of how many times my recommendations are received and passed without, you know, delay or discussion. But I think one of my hopes moving forward for this commission is that the meetings that we hold can not just be venues for the public to participate and potentially provide input, but also that we can be a venue for staff to get creative. In the past, what we've seen a lot of is that our staff, which is incredibly dedicated, is attempting to craft the perfect resolution for council. And their first opportunity to craft that resolution is at our meeting. And in their defense, their hope is that they have achieved that result right away. And maybe we tweak it a little bit and we pass it on to you and it's ready to go. And I think that we lose an opportunity in that process. If staff had less of an idea of what they wanted when they came to us and maybe created a greater opportunity for a diverse conversation, and then used our meeting and the public input that could potentially happen at such a meeting to then narrow the field of options into a recommendation for City Council. I think that would hopefully, that would be an opportunity. You know, that's my plug for what could happen. And I'm happy to hear that all of you are reading the minutes, because I think a lot of us are speaking to you in our discussion. And for many of us, the resolution and the recommendation process feels very forced and contrite and often can't encompass a lot of the ideas that we have. So I'm happy to hear that. And thank you for your input.
Susan?
So having been to only 3 commission meetings, I don't have a whole lot of input on what I can do personally, but I can just say that I've actually really valued the staff reports. I feel that a lot of attention has gone into what we receive and what we review. I appreciate that the objectives from staff are clearly stated as to what we are supposed to be doing. So on that, I have a little bit of a different viewpoint, but maybe having a more open, robust options could be useful as well. So just want to acknowledge staff for all the hard work they put into those packets that you give to us. I did appreciate hearing from Councilmember Dubose and Wabach requesting lively debate, and that it's not so much about the answer that we arrive at. And in fact, that was an issue for me personally at the last hearing that we had, where I voted in a way that wasn't consistent with my personal beliefs, but was really a mechanism for me to just alert the council to what I found to be a lack of complete data in making an informed decision. So I do appreciate hearing from you that you're looking at the minutes, that you're looking at our rationale, you're looking at our discussion, and not necessarily at the end result. As far as the minutes go, I've reviewed my minutes, and I agree they are quite lengthy. Apologies for that. I wish there was a way that we could legally shorten them, amend them, and afterwards, I don't know what our limitations are on that, to make things more succinct for you. I would be happy to edit mine. I'm sure other folks would if they have time to do it. If that's an option, I think that would help everybody. And I guess my question to the council would be, who sets policy? Are there any guiding principles we should be looking towards?
Doria?
So thank you very much to the City Council for having us tonight. I've been on the PTC a little longer than Sue, but not so much longer. And I think I'm happy that we're a full group now, and I think that's good. I think we have a lot of different perspectives, and I think that's helpful for the public and the council. And I can't say that I disagree with anything that my colleagues have said or that the City Council has said, a lot of good ideas. And I really appreciate, I wanted to acknowledge Commissioner Gardias's letter. I think he had a lot of good ideas in that for the Planning Commission. I didn't agree with every single thing there. And it's good to get clarification on what our role is in the comp plan. I feel like a little bit like deja vu for me because I've been working on it for 2 years, but that's okay. We'll do our job. And I do appreciate the comment about Planning Commission agendas. And we have had, I don't know why this isn't, and maybe it's something staff can tell us. It's a process, I think, over the last 4 years or so where less things go to the Planning Commission, and maybe it's partly because PCs are on hold, which took up a lot of time in meetings. So it would be interesting to know that and know if there's a way we can increase our load to better serve our role in the public. I like verbatim minutes a lot, even though they're kind of long, so I would say that. And then, yeah, I really appreciate the our chair's leadership, and I think we'll just get better as we go along and work together. Thanks.
Eric?
First, thank you, everybody, for this session. I always find it useful, and now I've been doing this for, I guess, 3 years now plus, and I think this December comes to the end of my term, so this is maybe my last one, so this is great. A few things, just some remarks on what has changed for me on the PTC. I think our process has gotten streamlined, and I think that both Councilmembers Fine and Tanaka began this process, but I do want to acknowledge Chair ALCHECK. He succeeded beyond what I had expected. I think our meetings are very effective, and we're much better at coming to a process to decide each issue. Everyone has their say. I think the process is fair. We have a healthy debate, and we move forward. And so, thank you. I think that we've been, our velocity has increased, and our effectiveness has increased. I think there's less hand-wringing about our role. We do always talk, do people take our advice, not take advice? Does council restart the, but I think there's much less of that, or at least that's my impression, is that council has been quite good at showing that advice has been taken, input has been taken, even if council members may not always agree with what comes forward. My personal impression of the PTC, at least the current composition, is that although there may be some elements that we can do better in general, I think that this line of communications is getting better. And then finally, for people out there, I think something that's been working well, we get a lot of citizen input. So in this last year, there's been some controversial things that have come forward. I guess there always are, but there's been some things where there's passionate people on all sides of the issue, and people organize and come, and we take that very seriously. It's something that I would say to council, I really do think that this should be embraced, and any discussion about citizen groups organizing being a bad thing, I think is really not a good thing for any of us. Now, the places where we've been effective, I think we have a meaty issue with a study session or two, and the opportunity to conduct a research through a subcommittee has been useful. That's not appropriate for all things, but I'll give two examples. Vice Chair Waldvogel and I worked on the Nexus study, housing impact fees. I think the job was good. We did it thoroughly. We got out to talk to affordable housing advocates, affordable housing developers, market rate developers, met with staff again. We came with a recommendation that I think was sound. And so what council got, whether or not, again, we don't expect everyone to agree with all points, but you got a thoroughly considered set of issues. Second, ADUs. A lot of people probably came about ADUs. This process, as Vice Chair Waldvogel said, at the PTC, we took this very seriously. We had multiple study sessions. I actually believe that a lot of the ADU ordinance is based on what we had recommended. Now, of course, just like in other issues, not all things were taken, but I think that I see the stamp of what we had recommended in things like compliant lot sizes, and we're no longer at 35% above minimum, for example. That's a major difference from what had previously been in the ordinance. So I think about things that would fit this kind of model. What things are meaty enough to put on our plate that could justify a couple of sessions plus independent review. So things like funding sources for effective transportation management association. I think this is a big, big issue, and this will take a lot of work. It'll be a difficult set, a lot of study sessions at council. I think we can shoulder some of that load. I completely agree with Commissioner Gardias' suggestion for the Fry's site, for example. I think that fits that bill really nicely. So my wish would be a couple of items on your list that you know are coming down the pipe that are transportation and planning related. Those are the two that I would probably pick, but there's probably a lot of others. That's when we're really effective. There's of course going to be a lot more transactional issues that come our way. But in general, I'm optimistic. On the transactional issues, we're getting better. It's the real meaty issues, though, that I think we can spend the time to get it right and lighten your load. So anyway, thank you.
Well, thank you for those comments. A couple things I wanted to say is, I actually think that I'm with the chair and with Councilmember Du Bois that it's very helpful to me when I read the different arguments that you have. And one of the things I'm thinking maybe we can do better at council as I listen to you is normally we have somebody come to council from the PTC and give PTC's input. And I think we should think a little bit about where in the process that should be, because I think it's a little haphazard sometimes. I think we should probably have the PTC speak fairly early, maybe before public comment, and give their, and I also think that it should reflect clearly the majority view, but I think it should also reflect some of the minority view and encapsulate the different arguments that were had. And I would even be okay with if two people wanted to present on that if there was a majority view and someone felt comfortable representing that, and then there was someone who was more passionate, because frankly, it's easier to give your presentation on something you feel passionate about than it is to say, I'm providing both points. So I would be okay with that if you guys sent two people to council. And, you know, I think there's some confusion. I don't think you have 3 minutes. I think as the PTC, if you wanted to speak for 5 minutes or 7 minutes, I don't think we're going to be timing you, and I think that you have the opportunity to give the flavor of what happened and tell us what you said. And I think that would be helpful. I mean, no question we read the minutes and that, but I think also hearing it from you and why you came to that, and then obviously you'd be available for questions. So at least I think that would be helpful for me, and I think that might help the council as well. In terms of things that obviously you should go forward on, we as a council asked you to look at paid parking. We actually have put that in your lap. I think that's a really meaty issue, and I'm going to respond to Susan's comment, which was, what are the guidelines? So we didn't agree to do paid parking. That's not what the motion said. The motion says, go look at this, see what is the right thing to do, see if this makes the most sense. You know, I think the general sense was that paid parking probably makes sense, but that doesn't mean that you have to start with paid parking makes sense, how do we implement it? I think you should look at a broad approach to this and ask yourselves, you know, as you dive in on a meaty subject, how would you approach it? What are your recommendations? What are the pros and cons of doing things? And there's so many details, and I actually think with the parking, I think that the details are what's going to make it successful or not make it successful. And frankly, that's something that I can never see council, frankly, being able to spend the time to go through and think through all the details. I mean, as small as, you know, should we have, you know, 15-minute parking in front of certain places on University maybe? Should we have 30-minute parking there? You know, should we have paid parking everywhere? Should we have paid parking just in certain places? How do we treat, should we have different pricing maybe in different areas? I think all of that can be very helpful to council, that you work with staff and that you come out with that, looking at that. So I think that's really something that's useful. I also do think that there is a role as we figure out how to fund the TMA, but and this is going to go to something we're going to talk later in the evening amongst ourselves, but how do we reduce single occupancy vehicle trips? And how do we fund that, and what does that look like? You know, I do think that there's a strong role for the PTC in that process. And I think that's a meaty issue that could take lots of thought. I mean, it's one thing for us to tell everyone we're going to reduce trips 30%. It's another for how do we do that and how does that get worked with staff? And I think there's an interaction between how staff comes up with stuff, PTC looks at it, and how we get forward on that. And I do think it's part of the process of going back and forth. And I got to say, I strongly disagree with Asher on the role of the PTC. The role of the PTC is not to completely bake something where it comes to council and you're offended in any way if we don't go in your direction. We appreciate the work, but at the end of the day, we're the elected officials and we have to make those decisions. And sometimes the decisions are made in a broader context, or sometimes we frankly just disagree or whatever. But I wouldn't view that as a negative. We clearly value your input and appreciate it, and I would hope that you would continue to work as hard as you guys do, and I know you work really hard on it. And I think it's important to know that we do appreciate it. So I spoke. We still have some more time. Is there any other council? Liz.
What you might call clarification. Susan asked about the minutes. And looking down the line at Tom, who knows how frustrated I am with these, we have talked, oh, yes. We have talked some period of time about going back to sense minutes rather than using verbatim minutes. And I've suggested this before, and Tom and I have said that we would come back with a memo. Yes, no, sense minutes. We have action minutes. What we want, I think, is sense, and that catches all the essence of what you have discussed, but it doesn't include all the ums and ahs and whatever cannot be deciphered by the clerk. And so I am going to suggest we go back to that, and we will bring a memo forward. It'll be a lot easier.
All right, Karen?
Yes, as I listened to everybody, heard some very good questions and comments from a lot of people. One thing that didn't come up is, over time, there have been joint meetings with Planning and Transportation Commission and Parks and Rec, PTC, and ARB, PTC, and HRB. And I think people who've been a part of those have found them helpful and valuable. So there's not a disconnect, and there's kind of a clarification of roles and how the two bodies can listen to each other. I'd also like to know if commissioners would find it helpful to have specific training. You do a lot of work that involves CEQA, but as a city we do very, very minimal and rare CEQA training, but it's in front of you all a lot. And I would say the same thing for council. So if that's something that you might want to undertake or ask for that thing for subdivisions, there might be other things too that you could come to mind. I absolutely agree, and with Guardias and others who brought this up about the Fry site. It needs to be done, and tomorrow is not too soon. So that, to Susan Monk's question, the Planning Commission is not a policy-making body. The policy-making body is the council. I'm missing at this meeting, maybe we're going to have a second meeting this year, but I'm missing from this meeting the Planning Commission report to council, because that's always helpful to know, like, what you did, what your workload was, the things that you addressed, and the issues that may have come up for that, and recommendations you have. In prior years, it can fluctuate over time, but in prior years, the full PTC had a say in the agenda setting. The chair and vice chair and mayor and vice mayor have set up a format, but then the whole commission had an opportunity to weigh in on, like, I'd like to get answers to these questions, and then you all would deliberate about what you wanted to hear. I don't think, sometimes when I tune in occasionally, and listen to the meetings, and I wouldn't want to see the Planning Commission think that a goal is to achieve a unanimous result. Because as we've heard a lot of people say, it's like the real value is the vetting of the issues, the dialogue, the discussion on different sides. The mayor brought up coming to the Planning Commission, making presentations. In the past, it's always been the absolute practice is that representative to come to the council was voted on by or appointed by the mayor to come to the council meetings, and the majority and the minority opinion were always given. And I find that really helpful, and it reminds everybody. And I think to help that along, I think in the staff reports usually say, you know, in a unanimous vote by the PTC or a 4-3 vote by the PTC, sometimes it even just says recommendation from the PTC, and you have to read way in to find out even what the vote was. So I think the staff could help out with that too. It's like, what was the vote and what were the pros and cons? I think that would help everybody and also give more gravity and authority to the PTC's role. I think those are my comments, other than to say to Asher, you know, I've been on the side of the Planning Commission where my voice was pretty much ignored, and also been on the side where it was like it really carried the day. And so, you know, hang in there. Everybody's turn seems to come if you hang in there.
Corey?
Yeah, actually, Councilmember Holman just made a whole series of points, and I would just like to agree with each and every one of them rather than repeat them all. You can go back and read the verbatim minutes of everything she said, and I think I agreed with all of them.
Michael?
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you guys very much. There's a few things that I think could really help here, and it's been 2 years since we last met as a group. It's true, normally the process happens in December, and in that December meeting, the outgoing chair has an opportunity to present everything that the chair was able to accomplish that year. When I was elected chair in this last December, and we thought this meeting was going to happen in January and then maybe February, and so we kind of approached this as, well, let's look at everything going forward as opposed to looking at last year. But I guess what I would like to say is I think it's really healthy that we got to talk to each other. And I don't know how many of you on the commission or on the council speak to each other regularly the rest of the year, but I would encourage it. There's a lot of opportunity here to connect. And I know you guys are crazy busy, but I hope that we can do this again sooner than later. And I really feel like this was very effective, so I really appreciate it.
All right, and I think we're at 7 o'clock. So was there, oh, Greg, you had something you want to say? Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So, while I don't 100% agree with what Vice Chair Wolfvogel said in terms of we have to exactly adopt what is recommended, I do think, having served on both the Commission and the Council, that we don't utilize our Planning Commission as effectively as we possibly can. And while, for me, I'd love to see it fully baked or as baked as possible before it comes to us, I don't know whether that actually happens. And I think some of it's not so much the PTC's issues, but also it's us as council, because I think there's a lot of tendency for us to want to tinker, right? And, sometimes it's better, sometimes it's not. And I think for us to get more leverage, I think council time, we have to realize, is probably the most precious time. And we need to actually, in my opinion, empower PTC more to do a lot more of the fine-grained exploration, really kind of flush out things. And I think what PTC could do that would really help make things a lot more solid is, besides listening to community input, I think also doing community outreach. I think that's really important. I think Councilmember Fine talked about being more proactive. I think that's also really important. But I think it's also important that staff supports the PTC properly so that they can actually make good decisions. Because I think for us on council to be very effective, I think we need to have a commission that's effective, that's empowered, and is able to make good recommendations to us so that we could spend our time on the bigger items. Because we only have so much time. And if we spend it all on the small stuff, we'll never get to the big stuff.
Do we have any speaker cards? No. All right. Well, sure. Go ahead.
So I haven't been on council long enough to make too many comments, but I did want to say thank you very much to all the commissioners. You guys are all doing a fabulous job. And I do agree that Chair ALCHECK has been doing a smashing job, in terms of streamlining the meetings, and it's been really good listening during your sessions as well as reading the minutes. I did want to kind of ask, with this study session, and I heard, some of the questions, are we going to have some ways of formulating when the report that Chair ALCHECK was talking about, when does it come out? Is there expectancy of timeline or a frame on how we're expecting this to come forth, or is it just when they have a report ready?
I think it would be when they have a report ready.
And what would we be looking for in the report?
So you're talking about the comp plan, or?
No, I
what are you
mean
talking-
their report of where they are at, or what they have accomplished, or whatever it is that they want council to know about.
I don't have an answer to that.
Is there something that maybe Chair ALCHECK
But
can?
I think he said he
kinda-
wanted to go forward, not. I
Where?
think- Well, I'll let him address it.
I hope at the next time we meet, I don't know if I'll be chair at that time, but I hope that it's sooner and later. And then typically at our meetings, we have an opportunity to talk about what we've accomplished. So if the meeting happens in December, it's really easy for a chair to do that because they can talk about the 12 months they've been in chair. In this particular case, I've only been chair for about 4.5 months, and so it didn't really come to fruition because I didn't serve as chair last year. And
So can we have an expectation that we can hear from you at the end of the year? Is that something that's
yeah, I
possible,
think that's
Mayor?
absolutely fair. I think that I'd be more than delighted to sort of memorialize all the things we've accomplished this year.
Well,
All right.
thank you again.
So thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break as we rearrange the chairs and all that kind of stuff.
and governance. So that is the schedule as we finish through with 2 big finance meetings. There's also a finance meeting that first week of June, and then we have the holiday, and then we're in for heading into June, and the passing of the budget, which will be before their July break, in which they take the entire month of July off and a little bit of early August. So there's quite a lot happening as far as events that are coming up in Palo Alto as the weather begins to warm up. And we had the May Feet Parade on Saturday, and that was quite an event. And there are other events. Of course, July 4th, you're thinking that chili cook-off, which is a Palo Alto tradition, and that is on July the 4th, which is just a big event. There are other events that are happening as well. There are a lot of community events, a lot of health seminars, a lot of events that are happening all throughout Palo Alto, and I believe, we have Mother's Day coming up, and of course Father's Day in June. There's always that World Music Festival, which has also become a Palo Alto tradition as well, and that is something that a lot of people are looking forward to. I'm Vince Larkin. You're listening to live gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Palo Alto City Council on KZSU Stanford, as we're bringing this to you live tonight as we look forward to the Palo Alto budget and other items that are very, very important. As we wrap up the school year, we still have a few more weeks left. Stanford baseball is still playing. There are still some sports left. And of course, graduation is in June. And so they're heading into they're in the middle of the final quarter now. So a lot is going on campus as people are preparing for the end of the year. And the council, of course, is preparing to pass that budget, which is such an important part of everything they work for, and all year long. Now, tomorrow night, Tuesday, May the 16th, or actually next Tuesday, May the 16th, is a special night. It's the Tall Tree Awards. It's from the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce and the Palo Alto Weekly. It's the honorary Global Impact Award of Gordon and Betty Moore. Outstanding award recipients are Jim Shelby, the citizen is Winter Bellenbach, the business is Presidio Bank, and the nonprofit is Lucille Packard's Hospital, Lucille Packard Children's Hospital, world ranked for its outstanding event or outstanding pediatric hospital. That is Tuesday, May the 16th. The reception is 5:30 to 7 p.m. Their dinner awards 7 to 9 p.m. at the Classic Crown Plaza in Palo Alto. Now, if you'd like to attend, information and registration, you can call 650-324-3121. That's 650-324-3121, or info@paloaltochamber.com. And the it's a great event, and you can call them
at your places. Does the clerk want to just explain how the balloting process is going to work for the Human Relations Commission?
Thank you, Mayor Scharf. On the Human Relations Commission, you're going to vote for the 2 terms that are full terms. While we were doing the recruitment, we had a resignation by a commissioner on the HRC. So we've added that on to tonight to also vote on that one to fill the unexpired term. And then you'll have the other ballots for the other commissions also.
All right, thank you. So after we, yeah, you got it. All right, moving on. City manager comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. A number of things to report, but I thought I would first start off with an acknowledgement and a welcome of our visitors from our sister city, Oaxaca, who are here this evening. As those of you know who were at the Mayfest parade this weekend, and of course actually the whole council is aware of this, that representatives from the Oaxaca Fire Department, along with neighbors abroad, participated in the parade as a show of unity and support between our cities. As part of the visit, we would like to formally give the pink slips or the title Titulo in Spanish to the Oaxaca delegation. Neighbors abroad, with the generous support of the community and council, completed the transfer of the city's reserved ladder truck to our sister city, Oaxaca, Mexico. Oaxaca raised money to pay for part of the apparatus, the transfer fees, shipping, and taxes. And this Quint fire apparatus and the ambulance will arrive in Oaxaca in early June, where they will be refurbished and placed into service to support the residents and visitors of Oaxaca for another 10 to 15 years. I did want to acknowledge and introduce, and I think ultimately, Mr. Mayor, I was going to have you join some of these folks down at the podium here, but Fire Chief Manuel Maza Sanchez, he actually oversees fire and emergency services, not just for the city of Oaxaca, but across the entire state. I think we'll have you there, Manuel. Thanks, yes. You don't want to go up in here, really, trust me. Also want to introduce and invite up Senora Lupito de Vargas. She is the current president of the Oaxaca Sister City Committee, and at the right moment, I think Lupita will want to speak to the council also. And also Senora Pilar Zamora Martinez, who is the former president of the Oaxaca Sister City. She is also here. And we also want to acknowledge that Fire Chief Sanchez's daughter, Luciana Maza Sanchez, who is 14 years old, is here on her first visit to Palo Alto. You should come up there. And finally, the Chief's Administrative Liaison, Marcela Cabrera, is also in the audience, so you ought to join here. And this trip, of course, wouldn't have been possible without the great support of our sister cities, our Neighbors Abroad group. Bob Wenslaw and his wife, Julie Jomo, are here. Marty and Judy Deglar, who have been longtime supporters of the program, and Luz Sanchez are also here. So, Mr. Mayor, I happen to have here these titles for which the transaction is dependent upon getting safely across the border. So I thought it might be good if you were sort of do a photo op presenting this to the chief.
You know, I've always wanted a fire truck.
Yeah.
You have a problem parking it.
Get the ladies in there.
Lupita, get in the middle. There you go.
Mr. City Manager, might I suggest that Mr. Winslow join some of these pictures? He was very instrumental in this.
Oh, I thought the hat was good.
Okay.
Good, sir. You'll tweet that?
I will.
Great. And just before we get going, Mr. Mayor, I know that there was, we got a request this weekend that some of the commemorative shirts, City of Palo Alto and from the Mayfest Parade, the after you all that take back to Oaxaca. Thank you. So we'll,
you want to present one in for the picture?
pass this up, okay? Well, if you,
There you go.
here we go. Just sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
Now, Greg or our chief, what do we do with these? Now, do you take these, chief? The idea? Well, thank you. I thought Lupita wanted to be able to speak to the council, is that correct?
El mayor está en su lugar. Here. Muy buenas tardes. Hoy, en un mundo digital donde las cosas cambian tan rápidamente, nos hace apreciar aún más la relación duradera que Oaxaca comparte con Palo Alto. El continuo apoyo de Palo Alto a nuestros bomberos, nuestros intercambios estudiantiles y los programas de nuestros niños, así como los lazos que se han formado entre nuestros ciudadanos, sostienen los valores universales de solidaridad, amistad, tolerancia y respeto.
So I'm Lupita's alter ego who speaks English. I'll translate it for you. Today, in a digital world where things change so quickly, it makes us appreciate even more the enduring relationship Oaxaca shares with Palo Alto. Palo Alto's continued support of our firemen, our student exchanges, and our children's programs, as well as the bonds that have formed between our citizens, sustain the universal values of solidarity, friendship, tolerance, and respect.
Nuestro programa de intercambio de estudiantes es un maravilloso ejemplo de esto. He visto personalmente que varias generaciones de estudiantes se benefician de este programa y esperamos que el programa tenga más jóvenes participando año tras año.
Our student exchange program is a wonderful example of this. I have personally witnessed several generations of students benefit from this program, and we are hopeful that the program will have more young people participating year after year.
Nuestro comité está muy orgulloso de tener la relación de la ciudad hermana con Palo Alto y nuestros corazones solo pueden decir gracias por todo lo que hacen para enriquecer la vida de tantos ciudadanos oaxaqueños. Muchas gracias.
Our committee is very proud to have the sister city relationship with Palo Alto, and from our hearts say thank you for all you do to enrich the lives of so many Oaxacan citizens.
Thank you. Excuse me, only say, I love these people, all people from Palo Alto. I love.
So I just wanted to say that we really appreciate you coming up, and we also very much value our sister city relationship with Oaxaca, and it's great for both cities, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will continue. I know we discussed this before, that in a show of solidarity and friendship, we're actually going to conduct the entire rest of the city council meeting in Spanish tonight. So I thought that would be...
It'll be a very short meeting.
There we go. One way to get out by 11, Liz. Okay. I wanted to just sort of respond to some questions that we got from the council late, that were some of which you did get at places. We got a question from council on item number 4, dealing with the amendment to the clean contract term, and you do have an app places memo that responded to that. We also got a question on item number 5, which deals on the consent calendar, that deals with the O'Grady paving contract. And I did just want to say, basically the question really was, had asked how many streets that will be repaved in this contract had a pavement condition index between 55 and 60. And the answer to that, there are 23 streets in this contract. There were 2 streets between 55 and 60. That's Ash Street between Stanford Avenue and Oxford Avenue, and Cedro Lane between Cambridge Avenue and Mayfield Lane. 19 out of the 23 streets that we will pave have PCI scores less than 55, so definitely ready and in need of paving. We'd also gotten a question from the council dealing with a question from a citizen relating to item number 7, the Utility Works consent calendar item, that really was asking really why is the city, why is utilities bringing in a consultant for this? It's just about the installing of smart meters, and it's hard to believe they want to engage a consultant to tell them the obvious, which is we should have done this yesterday. Well, Utilities General Manager Ed Shikata, who's in Sacramento today, did want to just share that folks may not be aware the city is simultaneously implementing a new citywide enterprise resource planning system and utilities-specific billing system, in addition to moving from our current limited, which is 300 account smart meter deployment, to a full rollout across water and gas as well as electric meters. As a result, we'll be making decisions on scopes of work, sequencing, and contracting strategy. And to our residents' point, we want to make these decisions mindful of other agencies' experiences, while recognizing that within the industry, smart meters have largely been led by investor-owned utilities that simply pass along the cost to consumers. So the consultant will bring this experience that our in-house staff doesn't have and help us develop an implementation plan to manage capital costs while ensuring uninterrupted service and billing. And then lastly, there was on item number 12, which is on the action portion of the agenda, a series of questions related to the council colleagues memo on the YCS funding. And while I have the answers to those here from Leif Erickson, my understanding is Leif will be here this evening. I think it would be just best for those questions to be answered by Mr. Erickson. And that's all I have report related to the agenda. Now, as far as other updates, just on the Mayfest Parade, a big success. We have more than 2,000 participants, including 6 bands, 5 floats, and 63 parade contingents. This year's event theme was My Hero Is, and celebrated the heroes in our lives, such as newly retired Palo Alto Police Chief Dennis Burns, who served as the Grand Marshal for the parade. Students Joshua George and Riley Filter teamed up to serve as the Youth Grand Marshals, representing Palo Alto High School's Best Buddies program. The Best Buddies program creates opportunities for students with intellectual and developmental disabilities, pairing them with a peer in general education. They hang out weekly at school and have monthly events after school, like movie nights, barbecues, and dance parties. The parade ended at Heritage Park. The fun continued with the Mayfest Fair, featuring an array of children's activities, and all of that was organized by the Kiwanis Club of Palo Alto. And lastly, the Museum of American Heritage hosted their annual Vintage Vehicle Family Festival. I thought that some of the cars were very much in the spirit of the times. There looked like there was like a 1969 68 or 69 Corvette there that had looked like a fairly new bumper sticker that said, "Nixon, now more than ever." Anyway, I thought that was too funny. Anyway, great news here. This is really, really neat news. The City of Palo Alto utilities rank first in the nation for the greatest amount of solar watts per customer in our portfolio. We're one of a... Palo Alto is one of a select group of utilities that connected the most solar to the grid in 2016, earning it the top spot in the annual Top 10 Utility Industry list compiled by the Smart Electric Power Alliance. Their CEPAs, as their acronym goes, in their 10th annual survey included figures from 412 utilities across the country. We ranked number one with 2,753 watts per customer installed in 2016. This is the fourth time we've made their top 10 list of utilities, and congratulations to our entire staff team and our community. I did want to share that Palo Alto Neighborhoods, PAN, is hosting a community meeting at Mitchell Park in the Palo Alto Room on Thursday, May 25th from 7 to 9 p.m. to share information related to accessory dwelling units, ADUs. The meeting will start with an introduction by Mayor Scharf, and city staff and PAN representatives will be on hand to present information and answer questions about ADUs, including terminology, types of ADUs, Palo Alto laws, rules about parking, the process for creating an ADU, frequently asked questions in areas of concerns, including consideration for historic and for Eichler neighborhoods. The Evergreen Park Mayfield RPP program, as you know, in January, Council adopted a resolution to implement the Evergreen Park Mayfield RPP program as a one-year pilot. Parking permits went on sale March 12th, and to date, 234 of the 250 employee parking permits have been sold. While employee parking zones A and B have been sold out, there are still 16 permits available in employee parking zone C. An additional 426 residential annual parking permit stickers and 176 annual parking permit hang tags have also been sold. As of May 3rd, over 250 signs have been installed throughout the program area, and enforcement of the Evergreen Park Mayfield RPP program officially began today, and staff will be monitoring the program for any recurring issues. More information is available at cityofpaloalto.org/parking on our website. And one more parking-related item related to the Midtown parking lot. Over the last year, our staff has been working with stakeholders adjacent to the Midtown parking lot near Middlefield Road and Colorado Avenue to identify strategies to improve parking at this city-owned lot. We've developed a draft signing and striping plan for the lot, which will accomplish the following: eliminate the unenforced across-the-board 2-hour time restrictions, add short-term 30-minute parking adjacent to the dry cleaner, pharmacy, and other daily services, bring the ADA parking up to modern standards, add additional bicycle parking, upgrade the lot identification signage, better delineate where the public and private parking areas begin and end, add additional on-street parking on the adjacent blocks, and improve the operation of nearby Colorado Avenue at Middlefield intersection by creating a dedicated westbound turn lane. In the next 2 weeks, we'll be re-engaging with area stakeholders to solicit their comments on the draft plan with the goal of reaching consensus and implementing the plan with a resurfacing project plan for the coming months. And then finally, Eichler guidelines. Speaking of Eichler neighborhoods, on May 3rd, city staff and consultants held a second public workshop about the development of Eichler guidelines. This one specifically targeted to the Green Meadow and Green Gables neighborhoods, both of which are listed as National Register Historic Districts. The meeting was well attended by Green Meadow homeowners and members who discussed the Green Meadow Architectural Control Committee purviews and related CC&Rs, concerns regarding accessory dwelling units, and a need for clarity regarding guidelines and rules. Many thanks to Penny Ellison, who was instrumental in making this workshop happen. Penny not only arranged for use of the Green Meadow Community Room, she put out chairs, tablecloths, and name tags, and made cookies too. And a photo from, looks like the Mad Men era. Okay, that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll move to oral communications, and you'll have 3 minutes. And our first speaker is Mary Sylvester, to be followed by Rob Levitsky.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm Mary Sylvester, and I live at 135 Melville, 200 feet from Castellea School. I'm joined here this evening by several of my friends and colleagues in the neighborhood. I'm sure you'll be glad when you no longer have to hear from me about Castellea. I feel the same way. And I'm in this for the long haul. I'm here to correct a misleading statement that was published in the Palo Alto Weekly last Friday, quoting Castellea's communications director, Ms. Nimrick, about meeting with neighbors for 2 years within 300 feet of the school who expressed support for an underground garage. Let's set the context here. Those of us who live within 200 feet of the proposed garage were never consulted, were never invited to this meeting. Strange how that happens when Nelson Ng, Kimberly Robb, and Rob Levitsky had the original garage exiting in front of their homes. Fast forward, June 30th, 2016, when the news was sprung on us that this garage was going to be directly across from the Ng's front door. Their lives were turned upside down for 10 months. We in the neighborhood have submitted individual letters from neighbors within 350 feet of this proposed garage who categorically oppose its construction. Were not consulted, do not support it. 47 households and counting. If this garage is eliminated from Castellea's plans, it will save 6 heritage trees, 5 redwoods and 1 oak, as well as retain 2 single-family homes, 1 possibly a historic property that are now slated for destruction. 2 homes permanently removed from the Palo Alto housing stock, as well as years of headaches for those of us in the neighborhood in this narrow-streeted R1 neighborhood. Castellea has finally demonstrated in 2016 to 17 that it can manage a traffic control program. To make it a robust program, it can have off-site parking shuttling students in, but an underground garage is a non-starter for the neighborhood. It invites more traffic into a neighborhood that cannot support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob, before you speak, I just wanted to give the clerk the opportunity to announce the results of the boards and commissions.
Do you want to do it now or after we finish with oral communications? Then I can go through all 3 of them.
Okay. If you'd rather do it that way, just I thought you came up to me and asked. Rob?
I'm here. Many of us have deep roots in Palo Alto, and this is the deep roots is a metaphor for trees. And what I want to talk about tonight is a couple of trees. What usually brings trees down in the wild is wind loading. A gust of wind comes and the tree is down. There are 6 trees that you are on your screen now at Castellea, 2 foot in diameter at the base, 100 feet tall at the top. Originally, they wanted to just kill them because their original plan was just do whatever you want. Unfortunately, some ordinances got in the way, and so now they want to transplant them. So in discussing this with Walter Passmore and Dave Doctor, our arborists, Walter says typically 75 to 90% of the roots get whacked when you transplant a tree like this. So you also, if you're going to transplant a tree like this, you have to have a place to put it. And with 100-foot tall trees and power lines and underpasses, it's not going very far. And so they've picked a spot along Embarcadero that happens not to be suitable because the redwoods would be right under the canopy of oaks. And when you transplant a tree, you have to put a lot of water on the tree. And oak trees don't want any water during the summer. Now I've got a little example for you about these trees. When you transplant a tree, you have to deal with the roots. How much of the roots are you going to take? So this is a scale model, Mr. Mayor, of a tree. And the base is 2 feet in diameter, and if I have a 6 inches here, this corresponds to 48 feet of root. And so in the wind, with 48 feet of root ball, it's pretty stable. If we go down to 32 feet, it's still hanging in there. 24 feet, getting a little shaky. And what they'll be able to do with the spacing they have of those trees there at 12 feet, this is with 16 feet in diameter. And so what we'd be facing with is these 6 trees falling either on the 60 kV power line that's along Embarcadero, or falling on the 2-story classrooms that they plan to put on the field. We don't really want any of that. The only way that you could get these to stand up is with guy wires like telephone poles. And if you do that, the tree never learns to deal with the wind, and you can never really take the guy wires away. So you'd be stuck with a bunch of sticks with guy wires across Embarcadero, all over Castellea, and the answer really is just to let the trees live. Thank you.
C. Ready to be followed by Leo Hochberg.
Good evening, Mayor, the City Council, and citizens of Palo Alto. Last weekend, I happened to read this editorial from our Palo Alto Weekly. I feel it very offensive for them to have used certain words. I'd like the public to comment to the news organization, the Palo Alto Weekly, to show their displeasure of using certain words. Erratic behavior by a city councilman. They take 3 names. Hardly true. You know, this is the best city council we've engaged in the last 4 or 5 years that I have known. And to particularly put one name, I consider it to be very offensive. I think it's uncalled for. Because Mr. Tanaka, Greg Tanaka, is a College Terrace resident. Everybody that lives in College Terrace are the best people you can find. Number 2, he also went to ALCHECK, which many of us couldn't get into. So at least those 2 criteria make him very smart, very knowledgeable, and the people that supported him on the initiative. You know, it's really bothering to see somebody unqualified talk about software development last year and making a butt of joke for the nation on Palo Alto. Software development is an iterative process. It can be something else tomorrow, year from now. To give an example, in 1994, we started DirecTV, and I got a set-top box, and I took it home, and I installed an 18-inch dish. and the city of Irvine, my association came and unglued, and they asked me to throw it out. Threw it out. 2 years later, we went to Congress and got it changed. So we're not in a position to talk anything about software development. I think we should talk about, nobody wants big companies to be right next to single-family homes. We know that. But for us to go out and talk something like that and make a butt of joke is not a good thing. I think we should just refrain from saying anything about that. We know what Palo Alto wants. Thank you.
Thank you. Leo Hochberg, to be followed by Stephanie Munoz.
Good evening. So it's been a long time since I've been in front of the council. Some of you may or may not know me. I recognize some of you. I used to be on the Library Commission, but I'm here today to talk about something called the word community, because the real question is, what is community? Is it the dogs that are walked by our houses? Is it the potholes that we complain about on our streets? Is it parked cars that block us in? Is it the books in our libraries? Some of you know how passionate I am about libraries. I would say it's none of those things. It's actually the people and relationships we have. And I think there is a not just me, but there's a slow motion crisis happening in Palo Alto. And my street is an example of that. And I just wanted to bring attention to this. So I live on Sutter Avenue. I know Councilman Fine has been down there because he came to my door during the last election. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with Sutter Avenue. It's about a block away from Safeway in Midtown. It's only 1.5 blocks long, but on this 1.5 blocks, I'm not sure how many there are, but there's at least one empty house that was purchased after another house was torn down, and it's remained empty for years because the owner doesn't live in the United States. They occupy it maybe a couple weeks per year. This owner has children. I have children. My children are in school. That's one set of kids that my children will be playing with potentially, maybe classmates, someone we would see regularly. But it's an empty house. And also the reason I'm really here is because my next door neighbors, their house was owned by an old lady who unfortunately passed away late last year. And the house was sold about a month ago. And over the past month, they repainted the house, they put on new gutters, and guess what? It's listed on Redfin a month later. And here's how they describe long-term tenants that are living there. These are my neighbors. These are people that have lived there longer than I have, and I've lived there for 6 years. Here's how they're described. All units rented, all on month-to-month leases. Rents are currently way below market rates because of long-term tenants. These are neighbors. These are not tenants. These are people. Upside potential to bring all rents to market price. I don't know how many of you are renters on the council, but that means that's at least 6 people that in about a month or two are going to be on the street, or they're going to have to find somewhere to live. These are retired people. I'm sorry if you can't hear me. And that's a bummer, and that's happening all over town. And I'm not sure how often this comes up to the council. I don't know what the solutions are. Oh, anyway, I'll be back.
Thank you. Arthur Keller.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Last week on Thursday, I went to the VTA meeting, and I spoke about 2 things. One is about the cuts to the 88 bus and hoping that encouraging the VTA to work with Palo Alto about supporting our shuttle in a transition, the South Palo Alto shuttle, in a transition as they cut the 88 bus. Once again, they're trying to cut. Anyway, but the other thing I talked about was I received an email from friends of Caltrain. And I know that we are very strongly here relying on Caltrain in order to be able to provide our transit to Palo Alto. Our TDM measures, our TMA relies on Caltrain. So the message from Friends of Caltrain from last Wednesday talked about a second increase to the fares on Caltrain in the span of a year when they expect it to be a lot longer. That was an unexpected increase because they said it would last for 2 years. But let me read you what it says. I'll quote from the Friends of Caltrain. It says, the rationale to do a second early fare increase before the release of the study, that is the study about fare increases, is that the VTA is having budget issues which will result in decreased contribution, and Caltrain will need to draw on its reserves to balance its budget. So if Caltrain is raising fares, and I'm not sure when they'll come around to cutting service again, or I'm not sure where they'll get the money to increase service, but we're essentially hoping against hope that Caltrain will solve our problems, but it looks like there's severe budget issues that they're having from the cuts that VTA is making. And it's not clear that VTA is going to come around and increase budget, because I don't think Measure B, which I voted for in the hopes that we would have more service, I don't think Measure B has more money for Caltrain. So I'm wondering how we expect to support the increased demands on Caltrain when there's less money to support it from our very own VTA. I think we need to, as a council, as a city and as a council, really go back to VTA and say, what's going on here? Why are you cutting Caltrain? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now to the clerk's office. Oh, did I miss Stephanie? Stephanie, come on up and speak.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Scharf. I noticed that after something like 3 years of debating and hand-wringing and promising and thinking about it, you have ultimately decided that, no, we do not want the United States Post Office. 3 years ago, when the United States government decided that they were going to let that post office go, I sent, and you said, oh, well, we might not be able to afford it. I asked Anna Eshu's office to get me the promotional material that the government puts out about what it does with surplus properties. And you might be surprised to know that they're very interested in having those properties revert to the community. They almost give them away. Bob Moss once got from the federal government a whole radar station just for like $1 for the community, because the federal government does recognize that these properties have some, well, originally they were put in with the idea of being helpful to those cities, and they don't want to take that away. However, I see that there's a problem because it's going to cost too much to renovate it. Well, I've heard that before, and I think it's bogus. I'd like to remind you, about 20 years ago, the Palo Alto Medical Foundation moved, to everybody's relief. They were stuck in a neighborhood which hated them. Dina Mosser did her best every year that she was on the council to see if she couldn't get rid of that building. But it was a beautiful building, and the city could have had it for nothing, because in the event, it was torn down. And it couldn't have been used for anything else because it was zoned medical office building. Well, this building here is zoned post office. Now, who's going to put anything on that without rezoning? You own that building in the sense that you have the power to say what shall be done with it, or nothing may be done with it. You do. You, all of you. I would recommend that you get it from the government for very little, which I think you can do, in as much under the circumstances, right? You own it. You own the power to say what shall be done with it. And get a facade easement, keep the lobby and everything that it looks like from the outside, and take down the middle and put up a nice parking garage. and put some showers in the parking garage so that you can hold the homeless pending all this affordable housing that you're going to build. And then you can use it for a parking garage, and the city will own that multi-million-dollar property. Do not let it get out of our hands, if you please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for giving me that minute extra, few seconds.
You're welcome.
Yes, Mayor, I'm ready.
All right.
For the Human Relations Commission, for 2 members for 3-year terms, we have Councilmember Du Bois voting for Mehdi Alsani and Kristen Paducah. Councilmember Philseth voting for Mehdi Alsani and Dipali Brambat. Councilmember Fine voting for Mehdi Alsani and Stephen Lee. Councilmember Holman voting for Mehdi Alsani and Kristen Paducah. Vice Mayor Niss voting for Mehdi Alsani and Stephen Lee. Councilmember Koo voting for Dipali Brambat and Stephen Lee. Mayor Scharf voting for Mehdi Alsani and Dipali Brambat. Councilmember Tanaka voting for Mehdi Alsani and Stephen Lee. Councilmember Wolbach voting for Mehdi Alsani and Stephen Lee. We have Mehdi Alsani with 8 votes and Stephen Lee with 5 votes. So they will both be appointed to the Human Relations Commission. Going forward with the Public Art Commission, we have Councilmember Philseth. Let me try this again. Where's Du Bois? Councilmember Du Bois voting for Britta Erickson, Jim Migdal, Amanda Ross, and Nia Taylor. Councilmember Philseth voting for Jim Migdal, Donna Pettit, Amanda Ross, and Hisnya Shen. Councilmember Fine voting for Bet Kiernan, Jim Migdal, Hisnya Shen, and Nia Taylor. Councilmember Holman voting for Jim Migdal, Amanda Ross, and Nia Taylor. Vice Mayor Niss voting for Jim Migdal, Amanda Ross, Hisnya Shen, and Nia Taylor. Councilmember Koo voting for Betty Kiernan, Hisnya Shen, Jenny Smith, and Nia Taylor. Mayor Scharf voting for Jim Migdal, Amanda Ross, Hisnya Shen, and Nia Taylor. Councilmember Tanaka voting for Jim Migdal, Amanda Ross, Marianne Scharf, Jenny Smith. Councilmember Wolbach voting for Jim Migdal, Amanda Ross, Hisnya Shen, and Nia Taylor. We have Jim Migdal with 8 votes, Amanda Ross with 7 votes, and Hisnya Shen with 6, and Nia Taylor with 7. So all 4 of them will be on the Public Art Commission. Moving on to the Utilities Advisory Commission for 2 members for 3-year terms. We have Councilmember Du Bois voting for Lisa Forcell and Jay Weber. Councilmember Philseth voting for Lisa Forcell and Lauren Siegel. Councilmember Fine voting for Lisa Forcell and Lauren Siegel. Councilmember Holman voting for Lisa Forcell and Jay Weber. Vice Mayor Niss voting for Lisa Forcell and Lauren Siegel. Councilmember Koo voting for Lisa Forcell and Jay Weber. Mayor Scharf voting for Lisa Forcell and Lauren Siegel. Councilmember Tanaka voting for Lisa Forcell and Lauren Siegel. Councilmember Wolbach voting for Lisa Forcell and Lauren Siegel. We have Lisa Forcell with 9 votes and Lauren Siegel with 6 votes, both being appointed to the Utilities Art Commission.
Do we have the vote for the other Human Relations Commissioner?
I thought we were going to decide whether to appoint that 3rd seat tonight or not.
So we can, if you would like to make a motion. I'd entertain that.
I'd just like to hear what council members have to say, so I'll move that we take at least a straw poll on whether we appoint the 3rd seat or not.
So why don't we just do that and take a straw poll if that works for everyone? Who would be in favor of appointing the commissioner tonight?
Oh, I'm fine. Good.
All right. Okay. Do you have the?
I do. For one member for a unfinished term, we have Councilmember Du Bois voting for Driston Paducah, Councilmember Filseth voting for DePauli Brombat, Councilmember Fine voting for DePauli Brombat, Councilmember Holman voting for DePauli Brombat, Vice Mayor Niss voting for DePauli Brombat, Councilmember Koo voting for DePauli Brombat, Mayor Scharf voting for DePauli Brombat, Councilmember Tanaka voting for DePauli Brombat, and Councilmember Wolbach for DePauli Brombat. So DePauli with 8 votes is now on the Human Relations Commission.
Yeah, wow. Congratulations.
So congratulations to everyone, and to everyone who didn't get appointed, apply again. We really appreciate it. We had really good candidates, and we really do want you to apply, and we really appreciate you stepping forward. Thank you.
Applicants here, could they stand up?
All right, so now we'll move to the consent item. Let me just count the number of cards. And if you have a moment, if you could get your cards in for the consent calendar, if you don't already have them in.
Mayor Scharf, when it's convenient, I have an update on the consent calendar.
Sure, why don't you speak to the consent calendar quickly?
Thank you. City Attorney Molly Stump. So this is on item number 6, the second reading on the ADU ordinance. You have an App Places memo before you that has the correct updated version of the ordinance attached. And directing your attention to the 2-page cover memo, we had drafted some further amendments on one small area where it had been made known to us that HCD had a concern about the council's adoption of a restriction on the placement of doorways. So we had drafted some additional language that we would recommend for tonight. However, in further consultations with HCD today, we have persuaded them that the existing draft actually took care of their concerns. And the issue is that in the unusual situation in which the ADU is part of an existing structure, the articulated concern from HCD was that council saying that the doorway couldn't face the street might prevent the building of an ADU, the creation of an ADU in a situation in which state law intended to make that a right. However, we were able to point out to them that another section of the ordinance actually said that the doorway restriction doesn't apply at all with respect to existing structures. So to sum up, as to the cover memo, it's a big never mind. We don't want to make this additional change. The existing ordinance is the one that we'd like you to pass tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will move to the public. We have a large number of speakers, so you'll each have 2 minutes. And our first speaker is Jeff Hull, speaking to item number 7, to be followed by Sue Dinwiddie, speaking to item number 6.
Okay, so item number 7 is the smart grid item, and you would be approving a contract for a consultant to do work for approximately a year, but with the presumption that the same consultant would do work for the next 5 years and chart the direction for smart grid in Palo Alto. At UAC, Commissioner Schwartz said, may I take a look at the bids so I can see who I think the best bidder is. But that information was not available, and in fact, General Manager Shikata said that is not really before you. The only thing that's before you is high-level input on what you think the direction ought to be. I also spoke on the item, and I said, look, if you're going to do fiber to the premises, then the network that provides is going to be much better for smart grid than the wireless grid that you'd use otherwise. And so if it's all right with you, could you pull item 7 and wait until council considers next month what the direction is for fiber to the premises, and then depending on what that direction is, the consultant will know what to consult about. Thank you.
Thank you. So Sue Dinwiddie on item number 6, to be followed by Linnea Wickstrom, also on item number 6.
Hello. Thank you for hearing me tonight. I've been a happy resident of Palo Alto since 1963. And although I realize that the ADU ordinance is essentially a fait accompli, I appeal to you to do some fine-tuning before final adoption. Building ADUs 10 feet from the fence on the side and the back rather than 6 feet would help with privacy as well as fire safety, as would requiring a sprinkling system not only protect ADUs, but adjacent neighborhood structures from the potential for rapidly spreading fires. Having no requirements to be aesthetically compatible with the main residence seems totally out of step with Palo Alto's strict criteria for residences ordinarily. I'm also concerned with the fact that the ADUs can be 2 stories in height, which will certainly reduce neighbors' privacy. And my last concern is not requiring any parking provisions. Many of our streets are already impacted by the lack of street parking. So I thank you for considering these adjustments to the ordinance, and I believe that these would go a long way toward pacifying distressed neighbors, many of whom have been talking to me recently. I also want to say I'm very happy that there's going to be a meeting on May 25th to discuss the criterias and provisions of the ADU. I only wish that we had had some kind of public information much earlier in the process. I think it would have eliminated a lot of distress that's going on right now. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking. Linnea Wickstrom, followed by Bob Moss.
Good evening, council members. Linnea Wickstrom, 50-year resident of Palo Alto. This is my husband, Peter Maresca, and this is my son, Per Maresca. We are here to ask you to pass the ADU ordinance tonight. I believe that the arguments have been heard and all the opinions aired. Our family represents just about all those actually likely to create an ADU. Per? Speak. He's representing...
I'm here representing 1585.
You're here representing the young and the disabled.
I'm here representing the young and disabled who need affordable housing with care and are close to services but are independent.
He got mixed up about where.
And I'm representing the aging who may need an on-site caregiver. I just barely fit into that category of the aging.
And I'm in the aging who may need a small house, a 1-story. Please give your assent tonight for this flexible, distributed, privately funded form of housing for our community. Thank you.
And I enjoy coming here, and I really appreciate all the work you're doing, and hope that next time I'm here, we'll be able to talk about something else.
Thank you all for coming. Our next speaker is Bob Moss, and that will be followed by Betty Jo.
Thank you, Mayor Sharp and council members. I ask you to pull this item and not approve it tonight. The way that it was adopted reminds me of the bad old days of the 1970s, when late at night, usually after midnight, a council member would make a recommendation and make a suggestion and later a motion to adopt an ordinance which had never been discussed or reviewed or given an opportunity for public comment. And that's what happened on this ordinance. The changes which were made were significant. It needs to go back to the Planning Commission and the staff and look at the potential impacts of allowing this amount of densification in the single-family zones. The increase of traffic, parking, since no parking is required for the additional units, has not been evaluated or considered. This project, which is before you tonight, is a very major, significant change to the zoning ordinance and land use in Palo Alto. It needs to be fully evaluated. The costs and impacts have to be known, and they have to be evaluated and traded off. None of that was done. This is not the time to move forward with an ordinance that has so many changes which have not been properly evaluated or quantified. It is not the way to do business. It does not represent what the people of this community need and have depended upon for decades. It is not the way the city council should function. It is a lousy approach. Stop now and fix it.
Yeah. Betty Jo, to be followed by Bill Ross.
Mayor, Councilman, I'm sure you're all sick to death of hearing about ADUs. I have just a few more comments on it. Our purpose here is to encourage development of small-scale, neighborhood-compatible, safe, acceptable housing, and to discourage the proliferation of poorly constructed illegal ADUs. To achieve this purpose, we are increasing population and street parking density and decreasing available permeable ground in our R1 neighborhoods. That's a choice. We must ensure, though, that these costs to our neighborhood environments return the intended benefits of more accessible and affordable housing. With minor adjustments to the ordinance noted in my email to you all, combined with a robust outreach and support program with supplementary guidelines, and with continued attention to monitoring and managing potential impacts, we can turn this from a divisive issue to a golden opportunity for our community. Everyone wants this ordinance to be successful in increasing the availability of safe, affordable housing units for seniors, for disabled, and for other residents. Seems to me enforcement of permit application requirements for ADU, JADUs is critical to the success of this program. Further, I believe we need to encourage ADUs with a robust outreach and support program that incorporates ADU requirements, includes design suggestions for minimizing neighborhood impacts such as privacy control concerns, includes low-cost design options for improving elder or disabled tenant access, providing advice for navigating the permit process, suggestions for increasing fire safety, including sprinkler systems. Though they must not be required, they certainly can be encouraged, and clear avenues for complaints regarding unpermitted construction code violations. Please request that the staff develop a detailed ADU manual and outreach collateral. Please also request that the staff include in their one-month review specifications of performance metrics for measuring the success of the program. These might include permit requests and approvals, ADU information requests, unpermitted construction complaints, parking impacts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Ross, to be followed by Dion Morin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm a taxpayer, resident, and a member of the public, as that phrase is defined in Section 54960 of the Brown Act. The purpose of my presentation tonight, consistent with my written confirmation of it, is to demand compliance with the Brown Act concerning former item, consent item number 4, on your April 17th meeting to properly be noticed under the Brown Act after it's been reviewed appropriately by staff and City Council. How it got off consent was present at the video in an explanation by you, Mr. Mayor, that because of the number of people present, it was going to be heard later that evening. 3.5 hours later, after several issues had been raised about the Brown Act compliance, carefully indicating that there was no opposition to the ADU ordinance, but the way it was being heard was not constitutionally sound, You asked the city attorney for an explanation as to whether or not the Brown Act had been complied with. I would respectfully suggest that under the Carlson case noted in my memorandum tonight, that that was not a satisfactory answer. Reference was made to your policies and procedures. Your policies and procedures don't appear anywhere in the agenda for the meeting on the 17th. I would suggest that the items advanced by former council member and retired Superior Court Judge Ladoris Cordell also detail those failings. I think the appropriate action is to consider rescinding your reading of the first reading of the ordinance and to set this in full compliance with the Brown Act for a full and adequate public hearing after it's been reviewed by the Planning and Transportation Commission and staff. One only need look at the January 24th, 2017 letter of the State Fire Marshal. It has never been analyzed by staff or by the Planning and Transportation Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Dion Moore, to be followed by Judy Kleinberg.
Good evening, Mayor Scharf, Vice Mayor Niss, and honorable council members. I speak to you impromptu, unplanned, ad hoc, based on my personal views. I'm here to support the passing of the ADU ordinance. I believe the ADU ordinance represents what this community needs and wants: more housing in one of the easiest ways possible to achieve that. I'm here partly as yesterday context. I saw a letter online by a gentleman asking that people show up numerous, as we say in French, in the hope that that would be taken off the consent calendar today. First, the letter stated that the ordinance was passed by a slim majority. It is at best an exaggeration to say that 7-2 is a slim majority. Secondly, it suggested that the council had not listened to a large part of the residents, asserting 60% of the speakers were against the ordinance. More importantly, the letter suggested that citizens of Palo Alto were not heard. And for me, this was sad, given that the conversation's been going on for a year. So the reason that I'm here is because 3 weeks ago I had a knee replacement surgery that truly brought home to me the importance of having more housing that would help seniors such as I. There are three reasons. One of them is my mobility was obviously limited. Secondly, I had to have somebody at home. I live alone. And thirdly, my income has been reduced due to not being able to work for approximately 2 to 3 months. Now, in view of all of that, an ADU would be extremely helpful to a senior such as I, because it would give me an additional way to house assistance, be able to increase slightly my income, and be helpful in many other kinds of ways. So, in short, I would respectfully ask that you please pass the ADU ordinance. Do not pull this off the consent calendar. And thank you. Thank you all for your service. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy Kleinberg will be followed by Hugo Mortgat.
Good evening, Council. I want to thank those that are speaking in favor of the ADU ordinance and make a couple of points. One is that it is state law that you adopt an ADU ordinance. So within that framework, there are a number of modifications and local restrictions and allowances that, of course, you're going to work through to make sure it's compatible with the culture, the residential culture of our city. But I'm here actually to speak to the business people who work in our city and can't afford to live here. I want to make sure that something that we think about is the traffic and parking congestion issue, our work-live imbalance, and that how the ADU ordinance worked its way through the state legislature to really be not only an affordable housing program for those that live in the community already, but people who can't afford to live here. And I just want to say that even though this hour, most of the people who are challenged economically and work in our community can't be here, they're probably working their second job or whatever, but I'm speaking for that group that would love to live here and work here. And it is a solution. So whatever you do tonight, I hope you don't pull it, but I understand that there are a lot of little details that can still be worked out. But I'm here to say thank you for adding affordable housing for all the
people who were spoken about already, the disabled, the seniors, young couples, but also for that workforce that can't afford to live here, and we hope that some of them will be able to. Thank you.
Thank you. Hugo Mortgott, to be followed by Brett Anderson.
Good evening. Sorry. Okay. Yes, thank you. I will not address the specific provisions of the proposed auxiliary dwelling unit ordinance. I come with some more philosophical observations. Perhaps they should have come earlier, but things move rather fast and without much notice. While rewriting zoning laws is not quite the same as rewriting the U.S. Constitution, zoning laws and regulations should not be rewritten on a whim. People make long-term investments in housing and expect predictability and stability with respect to the quality of the neighborhood and of their housing. If a zoning commission or a comprehensive plan cannot provide reasonable stability, perhaps it should be abandoned or disbanded, and residents can make their own plans and decisions. Residents can engage with their neighbors in covenants, and of course they can mess up on their own without needing the help of City Hall. I urge respectfully but urgently to drastically revise or abandon the planned auxiliary dwelling unit ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Brett Anderson, to be followed by Maureen Bard.
Honorable council members, good evening. You'll know me probably from Carbon-Free Palo Alto and other activities promoting sustainability. I think that this decision is a very good one. I would very much like to keep the wind in your sails in terms of keeping this going forward tonight, and if there are any future decisions that affect this, I think the liberalization of some of these regulations that are holding back our market to serve the affordable housing segment is really important. I had a very kind of personal story here because a very good friend of mine who's been a teacher in Palo Alto teaching dance and being a counsel to the students at Gunn High School for over 15 years now, is being facing a spike in her rent. She's a renter. The place is being bought by a real estate agent who's selling to the commercial real estate industry. She very much wants to find a small place to live in Palo Alto, but being married, having a child, she wants a cottage where there's some room to have her husband stay with her as well as her child. So for me, it's just very important to have more options in Palo Alto, because I think our community will be much more vibrant if we can have extended families, have perhaps people who are more in the arts, and normally just couldn't afford the housing that has become the norm in our neighborhoods these days. So I don't see anything exceptional about having ADUs built and spread out throughout our cities, anything more than we're seeing in terms of the privacy issues and parking issues and community issues of the enormous houses that are being built when we scrape these existing small, more modest structures and build very expensive ones. So I just want to show some appreciation for your leadership in creating this opportunity for Palo Alto to develop more. Thank you.
Thank you. Maureen Bard, be followed by Joe Hirsch.
Hi. Although I've often bemoaned the lack of affordable housing in Palo Alto, I would like to go on record as saying I'm disappointed that the ADU's plan has rushed through so quickly, and so many neighborhoods which did not ever expect to have multiple houses on their properties will now find themselves living that way. That said, I live downtown. I chose downtown for the reasons of convenience, to be able to walk places, not necessarily have a car, and I'm used to high density. I believe high density can be acceptable downtown. I'm surrounded by apartment buildings in a single family dwelling. However, my house is zoned R2, and as I was looking over the way the ordinance is written, I see R2 homes must have covered parking for their second dwelling. I'm just puzzled by that. I'm wondering if you looked into that carefully, because it seems to me R2 is mostly downtown. Why would we need to have a covered parking spot for our second dwelling? So if you could just consider that before you finish all of your details, but I'm also hoping that you'll seriously reconsider this and have more public input before you go on. Thank you.
Joe Hirsch, you need to fix that. I want the staff to fix the screen.
Mr. Mayor and council members, initially I support the comments of Bob Moss about the process that was followed that brought this ordinance forward. Secondly, and I haven't done an exhaustive study, I admit that, but I don't see anything in here that suggests that the ADUs will be, in fact, affordable, whatever affordable means. Finally, the ADU ordinance is extremely generous to people who want to have ADUs on their property. Conversely, it is not sufficiently protective of residents who are currently and will continue to be deeply concerned about the effect of ADUs as they proliferate in their neighborhood. The ordinance goes well beyond the requirements mandated by state law, which I submit should be adhered to before loosening the state-mandated requirements until after we determine over time how the new state law affects our residential neighborhoods. I urge you to pull this ordinance back, start over, to draft an ordinance that is protective of the interests of concerned residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Getchin, to be followed by Arthur Keller.
Good evening. I certainly agree with Bob and Joe. I feel this was done way too fast without enough discussion. Going beyond what the state suggests is, it sounds like, you know, anything goes without regard for privacy, parking. There's many things that don't make any sense at all. So if we do need ADUs, I really think it needs to be relooked at and some kind of architectural review board and changing a lot of these things that seems like anything goes to me.
Thank you. Arthur Keller, to be followed by Deb Golding.
Good evening. I'm speaking in my own capacity and not in any official capacity. I would say that the ADU ordinance that was presented to council in March before the amendments that were made after public comment, that was an ordinance that went through the public process, that satisfied state law, that was vetted by the Planning and Transportation Commission, that had analysis by staff, and I wish that you would go back to that, but I have no hope that this item will be pulled from the agenda. I think you'll go ahead and pass this ordinance as is, and I just want to observe that people have talked about this for affordable housing. There's no reason to believe that the housing will have to be affordable. After all, it may cost lots of money to build them, and if it costs, especially a freestanding one or an attached one, at several hundred dollars a square foot, that people will have to rent them to recover their costs. I remember having a conversation with somebody online on Nextdoor who said, I have to rent it as on Airbnb in order to be able to afford to build it. Well, that's not what we want. And I understand that you have a rule as allowed by state law that you can only rent it for 30 days or more, but there's no enforcement of Airbnb at all in the city, and so it's not clear that there will be any enforcement that these won't be Airbnb. And finally, there's no requirement that these be rented. As I mentioned last week when I spoke to the council, it's perfectly reasonable under this law, perfectly legal, to build a home office and not rent it out, and simply build an office and get extra square footage that can peer into a neighbor's lot, just so that you can call an ADU. Doesn't have to be rented, doesn't have to be occupied, could be a home office. Thank you.
Thank you. Deb Golding.
I'd like to thank the council for their work on behalf of the ADUs. I'm a strong supporter of them. That the argument that this is rushed comes as a real surprise to me, because this has been an issue in Palo Alto for 30 years, and that it's taken anybody by surprise is, I can't believe it. The thought that it doesn't provide affordable housing is absurd. I worked 14-hour day yesterday, a 10-hour the day before, a 10-hour day the day before. I worked a full day today. I have not been home. I have not had dinner. I am here because I feel so strongly about this. I think it's the right thing. I think it's way, way, way overdue. And I strongly would like to see this passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Munoz, to be followed by Amy Catcher.
I'd like to say what we need is a much more nuanced approach to affordable housing, a recognition that the need for affordable housing that is so great, there's always a need for affordable housing, but this need has been created by a 50-year tradition of building factories, offices, places which required workers without any nearby place for the workers to live. It's not a matter of having too many jobs. It's not a matter of having too few houses. It's a matter of having too few workers' houses with relationship to the workers' jobs that are there. If you have the job here and the workers' house in some place over yonder, everybody in between. I was in Los Altos 50 years ago, and it was a mess. So I think you have to start first by asking that large employers, people that have dozens of workers, build housing in their complexes. I think you have to start there. And I would say your second one is the federal government, its former employees, the veterans, they should be housed on the federal property. There's plenty of it, and they can afford it, and they owe it to the veterans. The other thing is other employers, like the city itself, would be very well advised to build lovely houses, market rate houses for their own employees, especially, of course, the teachers. But the fire department people, heck, there they are. They have to be near the fire department. They all have two homes, one of the homes being the firehouse. That could be changed. Thank you.
Amy Catcher.
Hi, I am in support of the ADUs, but I really would like to see a couple things that I feel like are just practical implementation issues. Number one, I would apologize if I haven't seen this data and you guys have provided it, but I'd like to know how many auxiliary dwellings we currently have and how many of them are actually rented out, and what the average price is. Because I see my next door neighbor's house, it rents for $15,000 a month, and the cottage behind it, down the street, is $3,000 a month. Neither of, one is completely crazy, one is also not affordable housing. So if you think 3,000 is a lot less than 15,000 for a cottage, that's still not affordable housing. Like my teacher friends, I have a few yoga instructor friends, they can't afford $3,000 a month. So I'm just wondering how we're going to have this really qualified as affordable housing. And I don't know how you guys can monitor that, but I feel like it just is well-intentioned, but may miss the mark. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, and that concludes the consent calendar. I need a motion to approve the consent calendar. Adrian?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move the consent calendar, including item 6.
Okay. Before we vote, I need a second. Second by Vice Mayor Niss. And then, let's see. Councilmember Koo.
I want to register a no vote on item 6.
Okay. Councilmember Holman.
I'd like to also register a no vote on item number 6, and I'd like to speak to it afterwards.
Okay. All right. And so if we could vote on the board. And that passes unanimously with Council Members Koo and Holman registering no votes on item number 6. Councilmember Holman, would you like to speak to your no vote?
Yes, I also have a question also for City Attorney to address the issue that Bill Ross brought up about fire department.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Holman. City Attorney Molly Stum. The notice that was provided for the April 17th meeting fully complies with the Brown Act. The Brown Act does require a short, concise notice of the topic to be discussed, sufficient that a person with a high school education can be apprised and decide whether to attend the meeting. Whether an item is on the council's consent agenda or action agenda, every member of the public has a full opportunity to speak to the item, and that did occur that night. And the number of speakers who were present demonstrated that many people were aware that the item was before the council and did come and offer their comments on various sides of the issue. The Brown Act doesn't have specific requirements on level of staff review, which is one of the topics raised by Mr. Ross, and or commission review, and it doesn't speak to placement of an item on various aspects of the council's agenda. So we don't see a Brown Act issue with the way the council proceeded on the 17th. Thank you.
I know I can't dwell into this too much, but just don't we have a requirement in the city that fire should review all ordinances for safety?
Oh, I apologize. I didn't hear that part of your question. I was responding to Mr. Ross's written brief that he submitted just before the meeting.
I'm sorry. I understood him tonight and previously bring up, and maybe I'm wrong in this, bring up that the fire department had not reviewed the safety element, or the safety aspect, I should probably use that word, of this ADU ordinance. Don't we have a requirement to do that?
So I have not researched that issue. I'm not familiar with it off the top of my head. I'd have to look into it.
I think Director Gittleman has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor Scharf. Council members, Hillary Gittleman, the Planning Director. I just wanted to assure the Council that we were in receipt of the State Fire Marshal's memo when we brought the ordinance forward, and we feel the ordinance we prepared fully complies with that directive. So we don't see any conflict on fire safety issues.
That's helpful. So my personal comments are that I have concerns that I've spoken to previously, don't need to repeat all of them here, that cause me to continue to oppose the proposed ordinance, even while I most definitely support ADUs and accessory dwelling units, for those who don't know ADUs. I believe the ordinance that the staff brought forward to us originally was a very practical, reasonable way for the council and the city to be in compliance with state law, which could have been reviewed after a year to address any shortcomings when it came to addressing goals and also address any unintended consequences. The ordinance before us tonight is, quite frankly, in my opinion, a leap when a step would have been a much more practical and prudent action to take.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo, would you like to speak to your no vote?
Agree with mostly what Councilmember Holman said, but also I just want to add that with regards to what staff had recommended on March 7th, that was a very, very reasonable way to roll out ADUs for, especially in terms of ensuring that neighborhoods are not going to impacted by traffic and by disputes by neighbors. If you're looking at this, there's no provision whatsoever in here that states that these units are going to be affordable and that it will be rented out in an affordable rate. So, I mean, members of the community have already mentioned it. There's no parking regulations, and this is going to be another dispute that neighbors are going to have to settle amongst each other with no help from the city. So you really think about that, there's going to be noise issues, there's going to be health issues, there's going to be less open space. So I think that, you know, this rollout of what we have proposed now is poorly done, and it has no consideration whatsoever for the neighborhood's character, safety, nor harmony.
Thank you. And now we turn to staff on item number 9.
a second.
You know, if no one steps on us, on the boat.
I can ask Corey, but I don't think he's going.
So thank you, Mayor. We'll go ahead and start the presentation. Claire Hodgkins in our planning office is going to give the presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions at the conclusion.
All right, take it away.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Sharp. My name is Claire Hodgkins, and I'm All right. Good evening, council members and Mayor Sharp. My name is Claire Hodgkins, and I'm the project planner for this project. The proposed project before you would merge 2 lots into one. An exception is requested for a larger lot size than the maximum allowable in the R1 10,000 zone district. The project also includes removal of 3 existing homes. There's a separate application on file for construction and operation of a new private school for up to 60 students ages 3 to 5, and for satellite breakout space for students at the existing main Bowman school campus to go to. The existing main Bowman school campus is located just north of this site at 4,000 Terman Drive, and it's currently allowed to enroll up to 300 students under its existing conditional use permit. The total enrollment at both of these sites will not exceed that currently permitted 300 students. So here's just a brief overview of the 2 lots. And the resulting parcel would be 54,984 square feet, which is greater than the maximum allowable lot size of 19,999 square feet for this zone district. This slide just kind of shows you the location of the project along Arastradero Drive and its location in proximity to the existing Bowman School at 4,000 Terman Drive and Terman Middle School. This just shows you briefly the surrounding uses. So there's multifamily residential, single-family residential, the Alta Mesa Memorial Park, and then it's located just south of the existing Palo Alto Christian Reformed Church. So tonight there are 2 larger policy considerations that you're being asked to consider. The first is the exception to the size of the lot, and the second is removal of the 3 residences. And staff has outlined these in the staff report. Staff is recommending that City Council adopt the mitigated negative declaration and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the project, and approve the record of land use action, approving the merger of 689 and 693 Arastradero Road based on findings and subject to conditions of approval. And that's all.
Thank you. And do we have a presentation by the applicant? You'll have up to 10 minutes.
Good evening. My name's Colleen Riley. I'm the project manager for the Bowman School. I'm here with our team, our architect, our civil and traffic engineers, and the head of school, Mary Beth Ricks. We're here simply to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, that was the quickest applicant report ever. Now we'll return. Do we have any public speakers on this, by the way? Okay. Why don't we get the cards in if you're going to publicly speak? So before we go to the public, if we have any council disclosures, because it's a public hearing. So first of all, I'll open the public hearing. I see no lights, so I'm assuming, Greg Tanaka.
I got an email on this, but I can't remember the name, so I have to go find it first, so give me a second.
So if they were emails to all of council, okay, it was just to you, all right. Sure, absolutely.
So just one procedural comment. So the item is before you for the parcel map. Just to note, it is going through ARB and a review of the CUP, and it wouldn't be appropriate for council to become heavily involved in those items or really comment on them, because it's possible through those separate procedures that the item will come before you on appeal. And we want to preserve your open mind, because of course you don't have full information on those two items tonight. So focus on the map issues.
So just to elaborate on that a little bit, so what's appropriate to discuss then is the merger of the two lots into one and the negative deck, right? Is that?
That's correct.
And so we shouldn't get into details because we were provided this, so we shouldn't be getting into the details of this. Is that what you're saying?
That's the mitigated negative declaration.
This is the mitigated negative.
So you can comment on that. We are asking you to adopt that tonight.
All right, got it. Thank you. All right, Councilmember Tanaka, did you?
Yeah, I found the email. So I got an email from Shumali Singhal. This person disclosed that they're on the board of the Bowman School, and that her children attend. Okay. She gave me her cell phone, but I never called it. She just basically said what they were doing there and asked that I support it.
All right. So I have, one card from the public on this, and then I have two cards on item number 6 that the clerk's office, unfortunately, I don't know, we just got them now, so I don't know what story is on that. I'm going to let everyone speak, because why not? So on item number 9, we have Christina Hildebrand, if you'd like to come speak.
Thank you, City Council members. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, live very close to Arastadero, and my children go to Bowman School. That doesn't taint me in any way, but it does. I very much ask you for your aye vote on the merger of these two lots. It will expand the campus from an academic perspective significantly, but unlike other schools in the Palo Alto area that you have been hearing about this evening, I truly feel that the Bowman School has taken into consideration the local community, and also is not asking for an increase in the CUP. I know that's not part of the discussion this evening, but they have been very conscientious in how this school is going to be expanded and to mitigate the traffic, the impact on the local community, and living in that local community, that does make a big difference to me. So that I ask you to please move this forward this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I just wanted to make sure there were no other speakers on item number 9. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 9, and we're going to come to council. But I have to talk. Okay, so before we come back to item number 9, we have 2 speakers on item number 6, who I apologize were not called earlier. So Joan Willingham, if you wish to speak, and Barbara Ostby.
Thank you. I am really wanting to talk about the process, and actually what just happened to me is an example of how I feel that this isn't working. The ADUs I'm not against. In fact, I've been a resident and have a home for 38 years and actually wanted to have one at one point when it wasn't part of a possibility. But I care about how it's done, and I care about process, that the community is involved with the council, and I think that's why you're elected officials, is that you care. But it doesn't feel that way. It feels like you are just rushing something through without an involvement to make things done in the very best way possible. I love this community in town, and I love the integrity of it. I love the aesthetics of it. And to be putting out something that could potentially is good and helpful and doing it so quickly with no reason that you have to do that. We have time. We have to, not short-term thinking, but long-term thinking. And I implore you to really think carefully about involving your community and making this and keeping it the very best town possible. I love it here. And I left just thinking, discouraged, I give up. No one cares. And my people that I met outside said, that's not right, you know, and they encouraged me to come back in and speak, and I'm glad I have.
Thank you. And again, we apologize. Barbara Ostby, if you're still here.
Thank you for letting us speak, even though the vote has been taken. I have tremendous respect for those of you who have given your time, your energy to serving our community. But I am very respectfully, I say, but shocked and very disappointed in the way this has been done. And I have the highest regard for Palo Alto in so many ways, and we love being here, but we cannot do things this way in our political process and have the respect that we should have. We should be caring about values, not rushing things through, and the values have not been respected here by taking into account the public's opinion and the architectural reviews that would be needed for the public to have an informed consent and opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll come back to council on item number 9. I think what we should do is just take a round of questions and comments. If anyone has any, don't feel like you have to. I have no lights, so, okay. No, try it again. Councilmember Walbach.
Thank you to staff for the presentation. A couple of questions. So there are I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. Regarding the housing on the site, there are currently 3 houses on the site, and one of them is non-conforming. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and I understand that all of those units, all of those housing units are currently empty and vacant. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they are owned by the applicant as well, correct?
I'll let the applicant respond to that.
693 is owned by the applicant and preparing to close on 689.
Okay. And how long have they been vacant?
Two years.
2 years. And do we have any information as to why they have been vacant?
Sorry, I'm the head of school. I can speak to that. One house has been vacant for more than 10 years, to the best of my knowledge. One house has been vacant for 2 years, and one house has been vacant since September of this current school year, so September 2016.
I appreciate the clarification about the timelines. My last question was if we have any information as to the reason they've been vacant for that extended period of time.
The one that's vacant for 10 years has no floor, and it was built in 1910, and it's just the exterior walls. The other one, the owners moved out 2 years ago, and the current one, the renter moved out in September of 2016.
Okay. Also wanted to ask for clarification from staff. If I understood correctly from the staff report, staff's reading of our ordinances and the laws is that private schools should receive all of the benefits, privileges, and rights of public schools and should be treated according to interpretation of our ordinances in the same way as public schools. Did I understand that correctly?
Well, I would make the distinction that our regulations apply to private schools. The city doesn't regulate public schools. When it comes to the policy document, the comprehensive plan, we noted in our staff report that we believe there is some no direct reference to public versus private schools in the comp plan. You, of course, received a letter tonight from Penny Elson who argued differently to that point. But that's why we phrased it as a discussion for the council to at least be aware of.
Okay. I think that's an important question to consider. Thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois.
I had a question about the traffic analysis on page 78 of the document. It looks like you looked at two intersections, just the entrance to the cemetery and Georgia Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes, this is correct.
So I'm really puzzled by the entrance to the cemetery. That's not really, it's a driveway, it's not really an intersection, but, so was Gunn High School considered in the analysis? There's a stoplight at that intersection?
So I'm going to let the traffic consultant speak a little bit more to this, but the analysis was in particular focused on potential turnaround points and access to the site because there were already 300 students that could be enrolled at the existing main Bowman School campus. So the analysis did look at that potential increase from existing, but it was more of a focus on the change in the location to where those students would be going in and out of. And again, I'll let our traffic consultant speak a little bit more to that.
Robert Eccles from Fair and Piers. We're a traffic and transportation consultant. Sorry. So what we were looking at was kind of the operations. The trips that were generated by the project were small enough that it wouldn't necessarily be subject to a normal traffic impact analysis. So what we were looking at is where vehicles might make U-turns. So we had worked with the staff to pick the two locations. So these were the intersections where, in theory, cars could come make U-turns, and so we wanted to make sure that wasn't an impact operationally.
So is the idea that somebody dropping off a child would pull into the cemetery, drop them off, and then make a U-turn there?
No.
No.
What I'm saying, sorry. Okay, because the city had a median project that was coming in and was going to put a physical median that was in front of the driveway, we had to take a look at what would happen with that median in place, which would force them to come down to where the cemetery is and then make their U-turn. So we were, even though it's unsignalized, we were trying to understand whether vehicles doing that would find the gaps they need to make the U-turns and how it might interrupt the traffic.
Okay. So is that the intended routing of traffic then? You'd make a U-turn at the cemetery?
There will be some of the traffic. I mean, the traffic, they come from about equally from both directions. And so because of the city's median project that closed off, basically the median extends beyond the property. It required that they would have to make a U-turn at that location if they're coming from El Camino toward the school.
Okay. And then was there also analysis of potential just back up during the drop-off period that might extend into the bike lane?
Yes, we actually did a queuing analysis that demonstrated that there was sufficient room on the site to actually store the vehicles that would be dropping off. To give you a better idea, during the peak hour, there'd be about 50 trips, but that's only 25 vehicles during the hour. And so basically the people would drive in. They actually have, because these are younger children, they have someone that actually meets the car and helps the children out of the car and into the school. And so the driver, the parent, doesn't actually get out. So they have enough room to queue the vehicles on the site. And then there's also actually, the driveway is wide enough that they can store 2 cars if need be. So if there were if there was an extra car, they could actually pull it in adjacent. They do plan to have people out there controlling traffic and when the drop-offs are going on.
Jonathan?
And then one last question, the letter, yeah.
Just on that last point, so the interest here with respect to the parcel map and the MND, the mitigated negative declaration, is to, one, demonstrate that there's not a CEQA impact with respect to the merging of the parcels. We are also using this document in consideration of the ARB application and the CUP application. And we have been, through that process, there have been design changes to address not environmental impacts, but operational considerations related to the proposed development that would help mitigate the queuing and ensure, that it's consistent with the city's right-of-way improvements on Arostadero. So there are elements of this design that are still going through the approval process that we're going to fine-tune.
So they've changed from the information we have, or?
So I don't know what the plans are that you may have on file. This diagram that's on the screen is more akin to what we're looking at in terms of a ingress, egress, where if this isn't, the ingress, as staff is recommending to the ARB, would be toward the top of the screen. You would turn in right there, come toward the bottom of the screen, and exit toward that lower driveway. And the interest there is to address some queuing considerations and back up onto Arostadero and to sort of lengthen that drop-off area.
Okay, thank you, that's very helpful. The last one, I don't know if this was analyzed as part of the traffic analysis, but there was mention about people parking in the Terman parking lot. I mean, was that analyzed at all?
So in terms of, that was brought to our attention after this analysis was actually done, if it was on a daily basis. But we did look at the parking for the site on a normal operation, and there is sufficient parking for this particular buildings. And then we also, there's a discussion about special event parking. And so the school has arrangements with the church next door that they use that parking. And then they also can use in the evenings when the public school is out there, they can use some of that parking as well.
So I too was surprised about the comments about kind of public versus private schools. So I'm going to stop there with questions, but I think that is a discussion we should have tonight. Thanks.
Can I just add regarding the public school comment? When we heard about that comment, we worked with the vice president and the principal of the school to make sure that the school events were coordinated, and they were very happy about that coordination.
Great, thanks.
All right, seeing no lights, let's come back to the council for motions, comments. Councilmember Philseth?
I move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, and that's seconded by Councilmember Koo. I was going to give it to you.
Take it away.
Second.
All right, would you like to speak to your?
Yeah, just briefly, I think it looks quite reasonable. I don't see a compelling reason not to do this. I think, we're going to want to see the CUP when it comes back, but I think at this point, it looks fine.
All right, Councilmember Koo, would you like to speak to your second?
Thank you. I also see this quite reasonable. I know Bowman School has reached out to a community for some time now and have conducted meetings. And, I also spoke with neighbors who had reached out and basically said that this was a very good project, and this is prior to me being on council. So I do know that, there has been thought given to every part of this. So thank you so much.
I'm just moving up my reservations.
Councilmember Holman?
Yeah, I was having difficulty with the mitigated negative deck, and I was wondering, since one of the houses is 1910, what analysis was done of that?
Yeah, there was a historic analysis completed for all three of the houses on the property, and all were determined to be not historically significant.
Because?
I think I can help you with that, Claire. I became an expert on the historical value of these houses. both the national and the California historical requirements. There are 3, and none of the buildings met any of them other than the time period. The length that they were up, there was no architectural significance that had been maintained, and there was no, it was not a primary residence property of significance, and there was one more, but it didn't meet any of the 3 criteria for either the national or the state.
Okay, thank you for that. I still think we have an issue that the HRB doesn't see these, but that's a procedural thing that we don't have in place yet. And I had one other question.
The HRB did see the report. Did you?
So the report is included as part of the environmental analysis. It was included as an attachment to the environment. No, the HRB has not seen it, no.
Oh,
yeah, I know they haven't, yeah. And when I kept looking for attachment H, it was just like, go to this site. Anyway, the other thing that I had a question about was there was a statement made even in the presentation tonight that wasn't made, wasn't given, but it says one of the parcels includes 2 housing units exceeding the permitted density for the district, but they're both very large lots. So how can I'm not remembering any reason that 2 houses on one of these lots of this size would be inconsistent with zoning.
It's just a function of the number of units that we allow on an R1 parcel is 1, as opposed to in an R2 area where we could add a second unit. So you get 1 unit per lot, and there's 2 units on 1 lot, so it's non-complying for the number of units.
So because of the size of the houses, you're saying, so it wouldn't be considered a house and an ADU?
Well, yeah, if it's as 2 independent primary dwelling units, which is what this is, that's a violation. But if it were a home and an ADU, then that would be a complying condition. We don't believe, I don't know that this came in before we started analyzing it with the ADU. So if one of those homes, I guess, met the standard, 50% less than well, I guess I would say it this way, we don't have any ADU standards on the books right now because of state law. So in 30 days, when our ordinance becomes effective, is what we would be evaluating that to. Otherwise, we're just looking at it to state law.
Yeah, I guess my concern is that we keep trying, just last consent calendar, we were looking to try to create housing units, and here we're removing housing units. And it seems ironic that we're looking at doing that, and yet, it would seem to me it would make a reasonable accommodation to have 3 housing units for teachers for Bowman, it would seem to me. And anyway, it seems a real irony to me.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the policy questions that we've raised in our report for the council to deliberate upon. I know the in our staff report, we also talked about what the PTC conversation was and their interest. But again, that's not the application that's before us upzoning. So,
but it does affect what's going to happen. What's before us does affect what would happen.
Right.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I was wondering if staff could respond to, we got a letter from Penny Elson today, and yeah, so I don't know, could staff just briefly comment on it?
So I'll start, and then if Claire feels there's more to add, she can chime in. But the first part of her letter is the comment that we made a moment ago, I think, with Councilmember Wolbach about the distinction between private school versus public schools and the reference in the comprehensive plan as to whether or not there is or is not a reference to or inequality to citing a school in a neighborhood. And we've raised in the staff report that there hasn't been any clear guidance in the comp plan, and Penny, Ms. Elson, is making the argument that based on certain policies in the land use element that there is in fact a reference to public facilities like schools, and the reference there being public schools. And so the first part of the letter has to do with that sort of comprehensive plan conversation about schools. The second part of the email of the letter relates to the CUP and an interest in some operational considerations that would apply to the school, which is not before the council this evening.
Councilmember Du Bois?
Yeah, I think generally, I think it's a good use of a odd-shaped lot kind of wedged next to the cemetery. So I think we can make the required findings of special circumstances and that it's not detrimental to the public. So I support the motion. I do find that my reading of the comp plan kind of aligns with Penny Ellison's, that in general, what's being talked about are public facilities, and we see things like shared playing fields and the use of public schools as community areas. And so I think, I don't know if we need to clarify that as part of this motion, or especially since the land use isn't coming back to us, but I personally, the way the comp plan is written, do not think that private schools and public schools are viewed equivalently. I see Councilmember Walbach nodding. So I just want to make that comment. I'd like to see if there's interest from my colleagues maybe in clarifying that tonight. So thanks.
All right. Oh, yes. So Councilmember Walbach.
So a couple of things that I'm concerned about with this application for the lot merger. One is, I understand that the properties or the housing units that are there are not in excellent condition, but as we've all known from the news, the condition of a housing or a condition of a home isn't what determines high price in Palo Alto, it's the cost of the dirt. So I think that if we do make a special exemption for this case, I think we should be very thoughtful that this is a very unusual circumstance. And while we may allow for this in this case, that doesn't mean that we do this necessarily in the future. I'm very concerned anytime we talk about removing housing units, even if it's only one or two, and even if they're not in great shape. The use for educational purposes, I think, is a pretty good purpose, though. I will say that. Having said that, I will echo Councilmember Du Bois's concerns. I personally don't think that the special treatment of our public school system and that special role it plays in Palo Alto, I do not think that it extends to the same level to private educational institutions in Palo Alto. That doesn't mean we don't value them, but I do think that there is a distinction. And tonight might not be the time to have a full discussion about that, but that is my view. Open to other thoughts on that. My colleagues may disagree, but I think that that is something we ought to clarify in some way at some time. And if it's staff's view, and I'll also defer to the mayor procedurally on this one, if it's their view that tonight is not the time to have that conversation, I'm happy to defer it to a future opportunity. But I think it is something we ought to clear up. So I'll probably end up supporting the motion reluctantly for those reasons.
All right. I just wanted to say that I also think it's a good use of the property for the reasons that were stated, and appreciate all the hard work of the applicant and the staff on doing this. And to your point, I do think it hasn't been noticed. I'm not quite sure how that would work if we had a long discussion about that tonight. So I don't think tonight's that, but I think that people have got the sense of the council, and I think especially staff has got that. So I think you've probably accomplished what you wanted to accomplish anyway. So if we could vote on the board? Oh, sure, I missed it. Oh, and you wanted to speak again, too? Okay, go ahead.
Fast question to the appropriate staff member. How does the CUP process work?
So the CUP is reviewed by the director. So staff is processing that application, and ultimately a decision will be made by the director of the department. And that decision could be appealed, and then a hearing would be held before the Planning and Transportation Commission, and then it would show up on the City Council's consent calendar.
So the public does get an opportunity to review that CUP that the director approves?
Yes, we only do a hearing if there's a request.
It's only if requested, but I will note that I have included conditions of approval for the conditional use permit and findings as part of the next ARB hearing. Because it's all part of the same application, I've just included it all in.
Thank you.
Councilmember Filsath?
Just briefly, I wanted to concur that I don't think it's a good time for us to take up the issue of private schools. I think even the discussion on that issue could be a lot more complicated than even we think. I think people across the country wrestle with this. There's a huge variety of classes of private school, and it's a big discussion. So, thanks.
Thank you. If we could vote on the board. And that passes on a 9-0 vote, unanimous. Congratulations. All right, and now we will, so we have two items. We have adoption of the formal positions supporting 4 state bills. Do we have anyone who wants to speak on that issue? No.
Anyone who wants to speak on much of anything.
All right. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go forward on this. So is there anyone who wants to speak on item number 11? Yeah.
I'd be surprised. They're pretty...
I know, but that might take a while. I think we're just going to finish this bill. No, I was wondering if we should. I wanted to see how many speakers there were, but we only have one, and I think this will go fairly quickly. So we're item number 10.
Okay. Did you want to go with that?
Yep, sounds good. Well, Heather's here.
Okay, Heather? Yeah.
So we'll have Heather Dollar, who by her day job works as a senior resource planner, I think it is, with the Utilities Department, but by night does legislation tracking and advocacy for the city. So it being night, Heather, you're
It is appropriate I'm here. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and council members. Heather Dollar, city staff, as Mr. Shikata noted. Just have briefly a few bill items before you, 5 to be exact. 4 staff is seeking support, and 1 is just informational only. So I'll go through them briefly. Please feel free to pepper me with any questions as we go forth, and I'd be happy to answer any as we go along. The first one before you, SB 22, is a bill by Mr. Hill. It does 2 things. First, it requires law enforcement, state and local, to develop a written procedure accounting for firearms that are owned, possessed by the agencies. And secondly, if those firearms happen to go missing, lost, or stolen, it requires the agencies to report them to APHIS, the state's automated firearms system. Because this is, we feel, a good bill, and it would have minimal impact upon our police department, as verified by the interim chief, we are asking for support for this particular bill, Mr. Hill's. Going forward with ACA 4, this is a potential constitutional amendment that, if passed, would lower the voter threshold for general obligation bonds from the supermajority to a majority, and the revenue from these bonds would fund projects such as affordable housing and infrastructure. This bill would have to pass by a 2/3 margin of both houses, and then if passed, it would need to appear on a statewide ballot for voter ratification. So because this bill doesn't have any fiscal impacts itself and would help to fund some projects that your council is supportive of, we're asking for support on this one as well. The next 2 I'll take as a package, SB 5 and AB 18. Again, with the ballots, would put a measure specifically on the June 2018 ballot and raise about $3 billion each for general obligation bonds to finance general environmental initiatives. The Senate bill has more of a water and ocean protection bent. The Assembly bill more of an open parks bent, but they're both environmental in nature. They both achieve some climate goals. The reason we brought both to your attention is that only one can pass. We understand and we believe that at some point they will merge. We don't know at this time which one will be the victor, so we're asking for support for each. That way, the one that ultimately does prevail will already have your support. Alternatively, you could direct staff to wait and see as to which one will prevail. The potential risk there is that if and when we determined which one is going to be the victor, we may not have a lot of time to get a support letter and to advocate for the bill. So we're asking for support on both, pending any direction by council to just wait and see and hold off on that support. And then lastly, we just bring to your attention SB 649. This has been dubbed by the media the small cell bill. You may have seen a lot in the paper about it. It's a bill brought by companies such as Verizon, Sprint, and AT&T who are desirous of helpfully impacting their mobile networks and their 5G reach. And they want to go statewide to different cities and place small infrastructure, antenna and boxes on top of what is called vertical infrastructure. You'll see a picture in your staff report because it's a little hard to describe. But essentially, the companies want to place antennas and these supporting boxes on all poles within cities. And by all poles, I mean utility poles, lampposts, street lights, collectively called vertical infrastructure, as well as city property. These companies don't want to go into each city and have to work through their specific permitting processes, so they've gone the state routes and have asked for a streamlined state system. Originally, this bill would have significantly curtailed local government's ability to permit these small cells. And so originally, this bill was quite, as you can imagine, it was daunting, and we were going to seek an opposed position. However, just last week, it was substantially amended, and it allows cities to have a little bit more leeway and say over their own infrastructure. Because this bill was just amended, staff is still analyzing it. We're still reaching out to stakeholders and our colleagues, such as the League of Cities, to find out what they think about the amendments. So today, we just bring it to your attention to make you aware of the bill and to let you know that we are watching this very carefully. I personally do believe that this bill will be amended again, so we're going to continue to watch it, and we're working closely with our state representative on this bill. Any questions?
All right, is there any questions from council? Councilmember Walbach.
Yeah, I actually was curious about a bill that I didn't see here, and we don't necessarily need to talk about it much tonight, but hopefully we'll have an opportunity in the future, which is SB 21, which is another Hill bill, which there's been a lot of discussion about, which would complement something we've been working on for a year and a half in the city, which is to have some surveillance technology ordinance and rules in place. And I was curious if we were expecting to see that one come before us for discussion.
We certainly can if you would like. That is a bill that we're tracking, and as you mentioned, we understand that city staff are working on perhaps a more expansive surveillance ordinance. So right now we're just watching to see how each takes shape. If it's one you'd like a staff presentation on, we can certainly come back on that one.
Thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I support council supporting these bills. I actually had a question on SB 649. So is there ability to charge fees or rent for use of the public right away?
There is the ability to charge permitting fees, and that is capped. So that's one of the things staff is analyzing right now is the potential budget impacts.
And then when we looked at fiber, there was potentially significant make-ready costs because supposedly many of our poles are in poor condition or fully loaded. So if, maybe you just answered it that it's capped, but if adding this plus the wiring maxed out a pole and it needed to be replaced, would the telecommunications company have to pay for the pole?
That's one of the things we're looking at, and you also bring up a separate point, which is does this bill allow localities to determine which poles can bear the weight of this equipment? In its prior iteration, the bill would have just allowed a ministerial permitting process without consideration of the poles themselves. Now that it's been amended, that's one of the things that we're analyzing.
And last question, I guess, since a lot of our poles are in people's backyards, is there any consideration that it's not really in a public street, it's actually in somebody's backyard?
There is consideration of public right-of-way versus not in the public right-of-way. However, there is still some restrictions that the city cannot place on these different infrastructures. So that is definitely a consideration.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be very interested in seeing how this evolves.
Yeah, evolves is the right word. Yeah. It's been amended a few times. It's gotten a lot of media press. We understand through our Sacramento state representative, our lobbyist, that it's not well favored. The bill actually did not pass its first policy committee, but it was given reconsideration. And so that perhaps is indicative of how some of the authors' peers feel about the bill. It will be heard again next week in appropriations, the first fiscal committee, so we'll get a better sense of it then.
Thanks.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes, also on 649, I have a few questions. It's about small cells, but what do they look like? What are the size dimensions? Determine safety requirements. And does City Palo Alto have any design, or do cities have any design purview? Some things, you know, the city can determine, we went through this a few years ago, the city could determine what the look is. And as happens with all of these things, what if we decide to underground, then what? And on the back of this, there are some images, and I don't know if those are supposed to be images that demonstrate what the small cells look like. I look at the image furthest to the right, and I'm like, oh my goodness. So what are these images, and then answers to the prior questions?
So if you look at the images, the antenna portion on top of the pole, and is
on the far left image?
Right, to the far left. As well as you see that there's a rectangular box below. That's the small cell. That's what a small cell does look like. The next image, there's it's more of a streamlined design. And there's kind of a cap on the top of that pole. That's what another one looks like. To your point, they vary in size and shape. And that's something that the bill doesn't contemplate cities being able to control, which is one of the concerns that we have. Currently, as it's been amended, we can provide a building permit, or an encroachment permit, which is better. In a prior iteration, we couldn't even do that. There is an exemption for historic areas and neighborhoods, which before there was not. So this has some serious concerns still, which is one of the reasons why I feel it's going to be amended, and we're going to continue closely tracking it.
And so what's the image on the furthest right? What does that demonstrate?
I have a black and white copy, so I'll have
I do too.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought it was in color.
There's a lot of, just generally, there's a lot of junk at the bottom of that pole.
Right. So if you look at
several feet.
At the top part.
Now I'm talking about at the ground level.
Yeah, I think that's
several
other
feet.
stuff that's unrelated to this.
That's correct.
That's pre-existing junk that was on the
That's
pole
right.
before the small
That's right.
cell antenna was attached.
That's a good way.
So it's just there to alarm us and make us think that the other stuff is really so good.
or to indicate what can be added. Exactly. More junk gets added to the poles.
A very bungled attempt at camouflage, okay?
Yes.
It's pretty scary. And then answers to the other questions. The safety requirements. What kind of safety threshold do these have to go through? The standards they have to meet.
I don't know that offhand, I don't think that the bill speaks to safety requirements, so who determines that? I can do a quick word search.
No.
They have to adhere to local health and safety requirements, but that's currently existing. So I don't know that this bill contemplates this technology as it intersects with current law.
Because locally, we don't have any, any requirements or any thresholds because it's controlled outside of the city, of course. So it's sort of thinking, not on your part, but on the part of
Yes, correct. And part of the other problems that I know some folks in the American Planning Association have is that the bill contradicts itself in some places. Another reason why it's going to be amended.
Okay, those are all helpful. And then I support the questions that Councilmember Du Bois had earlier, too. I thought they were quite informed.
Ready? Yes. Oh, okay. Seeing no further questions, anyone want to make a motion? All right, Councilmember Womack.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
All right. Want to speak to your motion?
I just want to thank staff for the good work on this and, staying vigilant and working with our advocates to identify bills of importance to the city.
Thank you.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Niss.
Quickly, because both Corey and I are involved with the committee that supports the League for California Cities. And I just would say something nice about you, Corey, which is that you have driven that particular group to support legislation, which has been a good discussion at our meetings. And some of these we have discussed, of course, at that particular meeting. So just wanted to say good job. You've been working on our behalf outside of the group as well as inside.
All right, if we could vote on the board. And that passes unanimously. And now for item number 11.
Thank you, by the way, thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I think that the staff report is pretty self-explanatory. You know, we're here in response to an earlier decision that the council made back in the fall of 2016 that identified transportation and funding issues and proposed a community engagement process that we think that as we have looked at this subsequently is really untenable in this time frame and our ability to support it given other work that we have. We recommend that you just at least at a minimum reconsider the need and purpose and specific tasks associated with the committee at a future date. So I would say that nothing, I'm sure, has changed about the council's interest in how we enhance our, improve our traffic situation, how we reduce SOV trips, and how we look at how we would fund TDM measures through our own TMA or other means. But I do think that the original direction was both in need of some clarity and also the fact that I just do not think that we can adequately support it given the other work that we have right now. So perhaps there's a need to just step back, catch our breath, and engage in a subsequent discussion with council where we get clearer on the objective. So we design the approach best suited to that. So we're here to answer questions.
Okay, we have a couple speakers from the public. Judy Kleinberg to be followed by Adina Levin. And you'll each have 3 minutes.
Good evening again, Council. Yeah, it's killing me.
I know.
First of all, I want to thank Jim Keene for this very well-written letter, and the Chamber, for me, the Chamber did apply to be on the committee because we have an interest in all kinds of examinations and analyses of how to fund all these incredible infrastructure projects and alternatives to traffic congestion and parking congestion. I want to say that this list that you see in his memo to you raises so many opportunities. I think it's very important that you give the staff the time and the opportunity to really work through these various options because they're all worthy of really careful analysis and implementation. When we were still talking with all of you and the Transportation Finance Subcommittee about the possibility of a business tax, We came to every one of those meetings and said, please don't do a general tax. The chamber and the business community will support funding of transportation improvements and transportation infrastructure if you let us do it in a way that is really targeted. That would mean a special tax. If you're not doing a special tax, the business community will work very hard to help make these things happen. We're already working with the TMA, trying to help the TMA happen. There are voluntary payments. The chamber is involved. We're working with all of the stakeholders on every one of the, virtually every one of these alternatives to a tax that the staff is working on. Let the business community voluntarily step up and work and help, and in many cases provide the funding, whether it's internal private funding through their own TDM programs, or it's a contribution to the TMA, or subsidizing permits, or helping with garage assessment districts, whatever it is. Let the business community voluntarily help the way they always have. And I'm here to tell you that we're delighted to participate in a collaborative way. We said it before. I'm here to re-emphasize it. We're here to help make these things happen. And so we agree with your city manager that deferring any talk of a tax or working on a tax is a distraction of their talent and their time, as well as the business communities and all of the other stakeholder groups from working on these very innovative infrastructure and alternative transportation projects. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Adina Levin.
Coming out of the woodwork.
Good evening, council members and staff. Adina Levin, Friends of Caltrain. And we don't have any specific preferences in terms of how to pay for the transportation demand management programs that the City Council has guided to help get people out of cars and save traffic and conserve parking demand. But we have a very strong opinion that this is something that the city has taken a leadership position in and now has a really important opportunity to move the ball down the road. So with the downtown TMA, it's gotten started and organized. With its slim budget, it is now running successful pilot programs with 100 commuters who have transit passes, helping them get out of the car. And in order to scale that up, it's going to need funding to take that next step. So we would really urge you to, maybe the next step is part of the budget process. Maybe the next step is connected to parking. Without an opinion about exactly what that next step should be, urge you to take that next step and make those next steps clear to community members to participate and help move this forward so we can fund these valuable programs, get people out of cars, clean the air, save the parking, and also move this type of valuable program from the downtown, where there's a good proof of concept to make it successful, into other areas such as Cal Ave and other parts of the city where there are also opportunities. So urge you to take next steps to move this forward and explain what those are so people can participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Former Mayor Yuriko Kishimoto.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable council members. Well, first of all, I wanted to thank the board and staff for all the hard work and innovation that has gone into all the transportation programs that Palo Alto has led on in the last years. Since I've been on the council, I've been delighted to see some of the progress. But I just wanted to say that actions and dollars do speak louder than words. And I know Palo Alto's been talking a lot about TDM and TMAs and all these good things. RPP, we've made good progress on, but the dollars have to accompany them. And I know we're talking about spending $50 million on parking garages. I don't see an equivalent $50 million for reducing traffic and parking. And so I hope during the budget process that you do direct staff to really put your dollars and your action where your words are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now return to council for questions and comments. If anyone has any questions or comments they want answered. Okay, Vice Mayor Niss.
So I'm going to direct these toward you, Jim, because we've talked about this for quite some time. When we first looked at this, as I recall, Measure B had not been fully discussed, but we were getting to the point where we were deciding what we would support. And at that point, we supported Measure B, which was pretty successful. And I hope we'll see some of the results from that as well. But we did a retreat this year. We retreated for 10 hours. And what I remember that you said last year, although we didn't go over it in depth this year, is last year, did you have something like between 80 and 90 projects that you had on the grid? Am I off with the number?
Well, just associated with the council priorities.
Yes, right. So when I look at the report that you put here tonight, I'm looking at, it looks like 10 to 15 initiatives that we have underway right now. And without, since we're going to have a discussion about this, but I'm concerned that we are going to be overreaching at this point if we attempt to put a committee of any type together now. Maybe in the future, but at this point, it looks to me as though the staff has taken on just about what they could take on. Do you want to just comment briefly on that?
No, I mean, I think your point is accurate. I want to say, I mean, just speaking for the staff, I don't think we feel or would conclude that a tax would be a bad idea. But the process that you've directed so far to get to that point, I think, is potentially inefficient, take a lot of time and effort to define even what we want through an engagement process that will take away from some of these other committed projects that we have. I mean, let's be honest. We put a little traffic circle in on CalPER, and we've got a public engagement process with surveys. I mean, almost everything we're doing on traffic-related stuff.
Well, I heard we were going to remove that. I've heard that from Jonathan. It's still there.
I do believe that's what we don't quote me on it, but I've seen that we were heading in that direction for sure. I'm just saying that these are very labor intense. And I mean, even earlier tonight, you hear perspectives about how fast versus how slow we're kind of going on something. I think that there is more definition that is required by the council of what you want to achieve before we design an engagement process with the community. That's what's, I think, is really needed to make sure we do that correctly. And how do we sort of understand all these different streams of efforts that we have and how they relate to what we might want to achieve through a funding measure. I mean, we did this a little bit backwards, right? We said we need some funding, and then let's design a process to get clear about what it is. And you identified a very specific group of stakeholders that really could end up being not the right group of stakeholders, really, that we should have. So I just think I think we need to have a little bit of a timeout and be able to come back and have a more in-depth discussion with the council, because clearly there are other TDM and TMA investments that we clearly have got to do that are not fully developed on our current list.
So I think when we get to a point where we're ready for a motion, I'll be glad to make one. But in the meantime, I think there are two things that we have to concentrate on when we're in government. And one is timing, and the other is process. And if we don't do sufficient process, we'll hear just what we did tonight is a number of people who felt one item didn't get sufficient process, even though, as one of the people in the audience said, it's been 30 years that it's been in the process. It depends on how you look at it. But this, I think the timing for this, even though it may be that in the future we look at some kind of local tax for transportation, but I think that deferring this at this point is what would make sense. So I will not make a motion as yet, but I'll head in that direction after others speak.
Councilmember Du Bois.
I was actually just going to do questions. We're going to come back for comments. Or, yeah.
No, you can do comments too.
Okay.
Since I did.
Exactly.
So we had multiple projects, transportation projects come to us recently, and I think council's commented that a lot of the financials with those were not really fleshed out. We had the shuttle expansion, which we deferred. We had the bike share program, parking downtown, TMA. And the concern in the staff report seems to be that it's the same staff that works on implementing these projects that works on the funding plan. So I just had a question. Is that true? I mean, who on city staff develops the financial plans for projects?
Well, I mean, you guys have heard me on the Route 66 thing before, whatever, it's Route 66 plus about 10 or 15 people now maybe. But so our team of staff who work on all of the projects is well under 100. And there's hardly anything, even if we've got transportation as a lead, that doesn't have someone from the attorney's office, folks from OMB and finance, city manager's office involved. So it wouldn't be, I would be misrepresenting things if this was just a matter of the transportation staff. And could we bifurcate this in some way and have the financial people working on it? It's a team of folks who've got to deal with this.
Okay. So, I mean, I read this report, I'm really struggling because you list all the projects, and that's exactly the reason I think we need the funding. So it makes no sense to me to kind of work on the projects without the funding. I'm worried we're going to constrain ourselves. And you're talking that we have committed projects, but how can we know how we're going to do these projects without knowing how we're going to fund them? Yeah, I mean, can you kind of explain that discrepancy to me?
Well, yeah, I mean, another way to ask this is if this is so clear to the council, why don't we just make a funding strategy recommendation rather than creating a community process that says, as we did, a general tax on businesses as well as other potential funding sources. That's not necessarily the shortest distance to identifying the funding sources. Could use to fund transportation programs and projects, but also asked to explore transportation needs. So that potentially goes beyond even this area. I mean, I think the intention was really good at the time, but I don't think the direction was focused even as sharply as you're talking right now. And, you know, I do think that, I mean, I think one reason for the process is to sort of build community support, even maybe politically, as a prelude to putting a ballot measure on. Well, I think we should figure out how to get clear about what we want to achieve rather than putting a bunch of folks, some of whom probably know very little about this, but they're representative stakeholders. I mean, I think we need to, you know, I totally agree with you that just this list of projects in and of themselves does not get us to significantly reducing our vehicle trips, for example. So how do we meet that goal, and how do we have the conversation with the council that gets very clear publicly and then to us about how we also support these and then add that initiative in a thoughtful way? And I think that should be done with the council, some subset of the council, before we do an engagement process with the community. It takes a lot of work to support and staff these community processes.
So maybe we should talk tonight about two things, I guess, timing and process. And, you know, if the concern is managing a community group, maybe we should consider alternatives. But I did ask the city clerk to pass out the minutes from the meeting in October so all council members could see that. I think we talked about it in June, and then it came back in October, and it was substantially the same. Passed on an 8-0 vote in October. And we had a lot of discussions, and when you read the minutes, I think that the motion itself was pretty messy. I mean, there were a lot of amendments and things. But the intent was really to model it on the Blue Ribbon Infrastructure Committee. There was a lot of discussion about that. I think we all agreed that community outreach was needed and it was going to take time, as Vice Mayor Niss said. And so I'm concerned the longer we delay it, I think the longer we're delaying funding these projects that we've set our priority for multiple years. Both the mayor and the vice mayor at the time said, agreed to this. So again, I understand, I guess, the staffing concern. I don't understand how we're going to fund what we want to fund. I think it's clear that we don't have enough money, even with Measure B, to fund grade separations, to fund the TMA, to fund the shuttle. And it's interesting. I'm not even sure. I think we have a pretty good list of projects. I think they're listed here in the staff report. It's not just about SOV reduction. I mean, there are things like grade separations and connecting east-west. It was interesting to read in the consent item 8 tonight that no suburban city has reduced SOV by even 5%. And so, I'm hesitant to have a goal that's kind of arbitrary. And I do think just funding our priority projects around transportation is a sufficient goal. So I agree that timing is critical. I think if we delay this too long, we're going to miss the election next year. So we'll be talking 2020 at the earliest, which is going to really impact our projects. So I'm not going to make a motion, but I would urge us to consider a couple of options. One would be to just delay this for a couple of months and consider forming a CAC, in the fall. Or another one would be to refer this to the PTC and have them start to work on it immediately. So, thanks.
Councilmember Fine.
Thank you. So a couple have mentioned that we do have a number of projects in the pipeline, and I think it is important to support them in terms of timing and funding. At a high level, though, I see this as a little bit of a solution in search of a problem which we haven't identified. I'm actually left thinking a lot about our grade separations issue and how we're going through a context-sensitive solution process to really begin scoping the stakeholders, the problem, our partners, and put forth what some of those solutions may be. We're not coming at it from an arrived solution of we need a bond measure or we need a tax increment on the land value. I think we should approach this issue the same way. Councilmember Du Bois, I like how you bring up IBRIC. I actually think that's probably a helpful corollary for this process. But given staff's restrictions and limitations, I don't think now is the right time for this. Former Mayor Kishimoto brought up a few good comparables, actually, including, $70 million in parking garages, a few $1 million in new RPPs, and I really do hope we fund the TMA substantially in places for the time being, at least to kickstart it. One question to staff, and then I'll be done. City Manager, you mentioned kind of the cost of engagement and outreach, and you mentioned the one little circle on Cowper. And just at a higher level, do we have measures to determine when our stakeholder outreach and our civic engagement processes are more valuable, or which ones cost us the most in terms of project load?
I don't think that we are routinely tracking that and capturing it. I think there have been some times we've gone back and done a sort of post-mortem analysis. I can tell you that, and I think Councilmember Tanaka, you were on the IBRIC, so you can kind of help correct me a little bit on this, but that was about an 18-month process. I think there were 30-plus meetings of the IBRIC. There were subcommittees, and we had about 5 staff people supporting that, and that was done sort of at the height of the recession when we didn't have anything else going on comparable to this. And I think it was a problem that had a clearer definition. There was already some specific quantified deficits that were sort of known and out there, and they could start chewing through this in a way. And if ultimately what we're going to get at here is what are a few transportation projects we really want to make sure we do, and how do we fund them, that's, you know, maybe that is like a mini IBRIC, but one of them you can look at right now is, well, how are we going to fund the grade separation? I mean, we're working on that in the rail committee. Probably the biggest transportation issue we have right now is Caltrain and grade separation, and we're going to be having to spend a lot of time doing precisely that.
Right. So I guess that just speaks again to the cost to the city in terms of doing this process. And it's a little heretical to say, but I mean, that civic engagement process is a cost to us, and it's a cost to us doing business, and it's a cost in terms of our velocity to actually execute on these transportation initiatives we've highlighted. That's all my comments and questions for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Koo?
So when is the target? Are you still targeting 2018 for the ballot, or is that no longer?
Well, I mean, I think that's an open question, and if whatever the council decides to do, further discussion upon where we're going, I think that would be one of the things that you would be talking about. I mean, I'm not saying that these are accurate, but we tried to identify the fact that you may have other questions about going to the ballot, whether it's 2018 or not, but I did identify the potential gap we have in grade SEP despite Measure B funds. The fact that we do really want to do something on Cumberly, and that's going to be a very significant expense. We even have the need to be able to go to the voters potentially on some of our other issues in the city as it relates to sort of use of enterprise funds in relation to the general fund and get some clarity there. So, I mean, I think there's a bigger sort of strategic conversation the council wants to have about 2018 also, before you would just settle that this is what needs to go. And that's why I just think there's some more due process at the council level before we launch an engagement. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's very Yogi Berra-like, right? I mean, that old, you know, if you don't know where you're going, you just might end up there. I mean, and that's what I think we need to get clear.
So when you're talking about, when you say funding sources, other funding sources, can you give me an idea what that means?
Well, I mean, I think that the intent on this motion in the first place was to say we need to look at expanding our tax base and abilities to tax, say in this case, businesses to some extent,
so
in order
taxes.
to raise funding. Yes. I mean, that was the impetus on this, but, and that, it's hard for me to see that we can achieve all the things on our agenda without supplementing our existing revenue streams in some way. And that's not something that's going to be done through growth of our existing tax base just on its own. I think that there's going to be some sort of measures we're going to have to pursue at some point. But when, what's the right time, what's the right priority? I think you want to think about those.
At this point, the initiatives that you have listed, how are they being funded?
Well, they're just sort of, they're all over the map. I mean, you know, we've got some $20+ million in bike and pedestrian plan improvements. In the next couple of council agendas will bring you contract awards for big components of that. You know, the parking garage design work, the rail committee support, Caltrain electrification and all of that. That's, I mean, we're supporting that process itself, the emergence of that process right now, but the answers to what to do about that are not necessarily clear. The downtown parking management study, of course, I have a bias. I think that that's ultimately an area that could yield a significant new revenue stream, but that means working through other policy issues about paid parking, how extensive, who pays for it. I mean, that's going to take some time for you to work through. You know, the VTA funding, we certainly have a share of that. We want to work on that and get clear. The shuttle, big challenges there. I mean, we're going to have some more in-depth discussions with the council about what to do on the shuttle, but, you know, I still think we're ways away from what's the best approach to take on that, and then how are we going to pay for it? So, I mean, I think there's a lot of unknowns just in these.
I'm
So, I
just
mean,
not hearing where the business community starts to fit into participating and contributing towards our parking and traffic issues. And I know it's a voluntary thing, but I think at some point they need to start being a part of it, unless I'm not understanding and not knowing that they are contributing already.
Well, I think we're all really, I mean, the staff is very clear that there's no way that our TMA downtown, and to the extent that we may need to do things on Cal Avenue ultimately, and et cetera, we're not positioned for that to have sufficient funding to really accomplish what needs to be done. So there are going to have to be funding streams to make that happen.
I think I'm good for now. Thanks.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I think that's, I'm going to pick up, I think, right where the city manager just left off. I mean, if we're not ready to do something, we're not ready to do something, we're not ready to do something, right? But that said, you know, traffic's been a huge issue in town, right, particularly related to growth. And the issue in particular of, you know, sort of TMA and traffic management, I mean, we have committed to residents, okay, that we're going to deploy transportation innovation and management to reduce commuter SOV traffic by 30%, right? I mean, that's sort of the answer to all the questions we have about what about this, and, you know, parking and growth and so forth. I mean, that's sort of our answer, right? We're going to deploy, you know, transportation innovation management to do that. So I don't think we can leave this open-ended, right? Because the other thing we committed was that the cost of doing that won't be borne by residents, right? And I don't think we can leave this open-ended. I think people want confidence that we're going to keep that commitment and what time frame we're going to do it in. Because if it just goes into limbo, then the default is going to end up being it comes out of the general fund, right? And, you know, we promised people that wasn't going to happen. So I think when it comes time to do this, I think, you know, we got a lot of initiatives in particular, but deploying transportation innovation and management to reduce commuter SOV traffic by 30%, I think we need a time frame for when we're going to kind of have a plan for that. And I mean, it could be staff, it could be the PTC and so forth, but I think it's important we set a time frame. We just don't leave it open-ended, at least for that piece. Now, grade separation and other stuff may be a longer conversation, but that one I think we need to do.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes, thank you. I agree with much of what the last few speakers have said. I guess when I look at the list of projects that's in the staff report, and thank you for the list. Anybody else hear that? I see a number of projects here, and I see most of them being funded by the general fund. And there's certainly some potential for Measure B funding. There's some potential for the VTA to kick in to help our shuttle. But that's all funded, as I can tell it, pretty much by the general fund. And we can't continue to do that. And yet we have a promise to reduce our SOV trips. So how do we get there? One thing we could do is prioritize. I mean, this is a list that council has commented on in one fashion or another. The paid parking recommendations and design, you know, when that came to council, it was a pretty significant. It was multiple $1 million. I think it was $2 million or more that the consultant was saying it was going to cost, and that would come out of the general fund. And they couldn't identify what the payback period was. For instance, bike share, for instance, it's like I appreciate the effort, but it hasn't proven to be successful to any extent at all. I don't need to go and list these point by point, but I think we could go through some prioritization here I think we ought to have, when this comes back, which I hope will not be in the distant future, I think it would be great to have, and very helpful and informative, and if not necessary, to have a list of these projects, what the funding source is, what the timeline is, what the payback is, and then look at the staff and the council identifying what the potential projects are that would be studied by a stakeholder group. We can start with that. A stakeholder group is going to come up with possibly, and I would hope, some other projects that we could look at that the business license tax would fund, but and prioritize those. But not even on this list that the general fund is funding is currently the TMA, RPPs. It's too big a bite to take. The city general fund cannot take on all of this, and we all need to pitch in. We all need to pitch in. We're all members of this community, whether we're residents or property owners or business owners. We all are going to have to pitch in, and the only way for that to happen, unless staff has another idea, is for us to look at doing something like a business license tax, or excuse me, a business transportation tax. So I think we ought to look at this coming back maybe right after the council break with some of the information that some of us have identified, and an opportunity to prioritize some of the projects and to get clear on at least a starting program of what the projects would be that would be funded by such a tax, with the working group having the opportunity to add to, refine, prioritize that list.
Councilmember Walbach, don't say that. I was going to say Corey when you said that.
The light being out is a problem.
Yeah, we'll get that light fixed, right?
So I actually am drawn to something that Councilmember Du Bois mentioned earlier, which is tying this back to our joint study session with the PTC earlier. The idea of sending this to the PTC kind of makes sense to me. I'm thinking about that, and I think that actually, I think that's really worth consideration tonight. We started talking early last year. Some of us, Brown Act compliant, a couple of us were talking outside of council, and then we brought to council this idea of having some additional funding measure, potentially a business license tax, but not exclusively that. And we created a council committee last year to explore transportation funding mechanisms, such as potentially a business license tax, but not only that. That committee very quickly focused only on a business license tax. Even though I was one of the very early supporters, I was more reluctant when it came back to council, because I felt that the committee, the council committee, had focused too exclusively on one solution, on one single source. Even though that's, that was and may still remain my preference of a major additional funding source. I think that it's important that we have a process by which we explore various alternatives so that we can defend that choice. And and so this actually, Councilmember Philseth, I agree that we have a commitment and we have a need to reduce SOV trips massively. I'm trying to remember when we promised that the community wouldn't bear that cost. That's certainly my preference. But we, in our conversations about this, we've talked about things, other things like maybe we end up going with a parcel tax, maybe we go with something else, maybe we have a local sales tax. So there are these other options that I do think we need to explore. Even though my personal preference has been throughout this, a business license tax, I don't feel like we've, done the work to eliminate those other options. So that's on the source side. On the destination side, you look at this list and Jim's short report to us, and you add TMA to that. and probably move TMA to the top of the list of funding requirements. And the needs are huge. The needs are overwhelming, and we haven't fully articulated them. If we did end up going with business license tax, just to address Jim's, the city manager's concerns about what we are actually thinking. I'll just be honest with you. What I'm thinking is, if we ended up going with business license tax, I would want to see it graduated with the first several employees of any business being totally exempt, and I would also want to see some kind of exemption or tax credit for participating in the TMA or SRP Go or your own TDM measures, because I would see this as either you participate in one of the existing systems, or you do something to take care of your own car SOV trips, or you could pay a tax if we did a business license tax. But again, these are just my kind of biases at this point. I do think we need to have an informed discussion about this. After trying a council committee, then we said, well, let's create a citizens committee. Staff's now saying, well, we haven't actually moved forward with that, and it would take a tremendous amount of staff time to do that. And we heard from the PTC earlier today, they are chomping at the bit to have more work. So maybe that's the solution. Maybe that's the process to answer this process question. Maybe it goes to PTC to, I understand it would be supported by staff, and I'm sensitive to how much staff work there is. And so I'm not weighing in yet on the timing question. But as far as where this goes next, maybe going to the PTC as the next step does make sense to help us figure out the source side of the equation and the destination side of the equation. I actually think that for PTC, their focus really needs to be on the destination side, maybe more than anything. On the source side, maybe that gets split off and goes somewhere else, maybe finance committee, maybe policy and services. So I guess I don't have a clear mind made up, but I'm interested in hearing the vice mayor's motion when she makes it.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So I actually agree with former Mayor Kishimoto in terms of, I think these are a lot of things that we definitely need to get funded. But I also agree with former Mayor Kleinberg that I think if we want to actually solve this problem, I think business has to be part of the solution. I think we need to get their buy-in. I think if we just do a business license tax and there's not really a buy-in, I don't know how successful the programs will be. So I think, and I can understand why staff has recommended that we do this later, mainly because there's a lot of, I did look at the minutes and read the staff report, but there's still a lot of kind of open questions, and I could see that we would kind of go around in circles without more definition. So I think that the staff's recommendation is actually the correct one. I think that's what we should probably do. I think it's important for us to do a few things really well versus trying to do a lot of things not so well. And so, just in the spirit of throwing out ideas here, so I think the TMA is one group that definitely needs to get more funding, and it's difficult right now. And we're on the finance committee and we're trying to go through the budget, so I definitely, it's very clear to me what the issues are right now in terms of budget reasons. But one thing that we could think about, and maybe this is something which I'm open to throwing this to, like to the PTC or some other committee, is for the TMA, perhaps one thing we could think about is like naming rights. So if the TMA wants to do a program to create car shares or do more car shares, maybe if a company wants to sponsor it, maybe they'll do that because they want to increase their branding, their recognition for being a good citizen in Palo Alto. And maybe that's one way to help fund this program, and it'll get buy-in versus trying to force something down on the business community. So anyways, I largely agree with the staff report, but I am open to exploring other ideas.
All right. So I guess I want to speak a little bit to this. So I think we're sort of looking at it wrong. I think when we started this process, we started with the notion of it, let's have a tax, and then let's see what we'll fund. And it was sort of a solution in search of the problem. And that's why this has been confusing, and that's what the editorial that was written by the Weekly last year when this came up. I think what we really need to do is to figure out what the problem is that we're trying to solve. The problem, in my view, is how do we reduce single occupancy vehicle trips, and how do we fund things associated with that? To me, that's the primary issue. I think it's easy to get distracted and to say there are other issues, and there may be other things we want to fund, but I think that was the primary reason why we talked about this. I think it's a real mistake, frankly, to conflate that with grade separations. I think the dollar amounts in grade separations will make any sort of a tax never be able to raise any money, and we won't get anything done. I think funding, now, as we go through a grade separation process and context-sensitive solutions, which is pretty much what we've decided to do, that's going to be a long process. That's going to take us beyond 2018, frankly. At some point, we may decide that, we need to raise some additional funding because we need a 10% or a 5% matching grant, and therefore you can get 95%, and we need to figure that out. But we're not even close to understanding that yet. So what I'd like to see us do is figure out what the problem is, frankly, before we decide how we're going to pay for it. We have a bunch of these other items on here, frankly, and I'm not sure all of them, but I think most of them are, frankly, in the CIP and how we're funding them. I mean, there may be stuff we still need to fund, but I know we have numerous bike and pedestrian plan improvements funded. I know that we're funding our RPP. I know that we're funding, the comp plan support. We're doing an engagement with VTA on Measure B funding. So, the point is, I don't think this is a list that's completely unfunded. But I do think we need to identify how much money we need and what we need those items for. And that's what I think we need to task staff to do, to come back with us. I'm a little concerned, frankly, with going to the PTC, which I think is the right thing to do at some point. But I'm a little concerned. What I want staff to do is to go out and define the problem. Tell us what we need to funding, have some sort of sense of money. Yeah, I think it's a staff first. Then you come to council. We give general direction that I'm fine with going to the PTC. I actually do think if we want to do nothing on this, we should form the stakeholder committee. And I don't say that mockingly. I think that becomes a 2-year process without any direction. I think we as council have to define it narrowly and clearly before we do that. I also think that I want to address just briefly what businesses pay. So I don't think this is business not paying their fair share. I'm going to say that the way we funded the infrastructure plan was by raising the hotel tax, and we said that money is going to infrastructure. Now, you can argue that not all of the hotel tax is paid by business, but frankly, a lot of it is. It's definitely paid by hotels, and so they're a business, but who uses it, who actually pays it? I think most of it's business travelers, but maybe there's some leisure travels. It's not paid by the citizens of Palo Alto for the most part. One of the things that struck me really interestingly is that there's as much sales tax created by the Stanford Research Park as there is by all of our downtown. So that is clearly paid by business. I don't think anyone could argue anything differently on that. So that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do a business license tax, that we shouldn't move forward on that. But I don't think we should just start with the point that that's what we need to do. We should start with a point was, what do we need to fund? What is the obligation? And now we have a shortfall of money. And how do we fund that shortfall? And how do we get there? And if there are other projects we want to do, how would we fund them? And that might be a business license tax, but it might not be. And I think that's how I think of this in a large framework. And so I think the first thing is to direct staff to come back and say, hey, this is what we need, this is the problem. And I think that you're right. I think I'd be looking for that somewhere in the, after the break, frankly, when staff's ready, before the end of the year, to come back and say that, assuming staff has the bandwidth. So I was going to ask the city manager if that's something in which we'd have the bandwidth.
Well, so I think that, as it relates to the initiatives we already have underway, which are part of a TDM strategy. I mean, if we can get a more effective shuttle, the TMA, if we can have funding for the TMA, the staff sort of just let me know that, there's the potential that there's some Measure B funding for both the shuttle and potentially for the TMA in the short term that we would know by the fall. I mean, we ought to know what's available first. Then we start to fill in the gaps about what needs to be done. And if we don't do that, when we start pushing and tell folks that are going to have a tax, they're going to say, well, what about this? Did you get that? And oh, we better go get that information. And we're just going to look unclear, unfocused. So I think that in the fall, we'd be in a better position. But I also agree with what the mayor is saying. I think that this is the staff doing some necessary work and the council then giving the direction. I mean, because really, this is less ultimately a technical question than it is a communications, a political, a public relations thing to see how do we get the community on board saying, yeah, that's the right solution to clearly a problem that everybody knows is a problem, but to say, yeah, I'm on board with that. And that's, you're the only ones who can really say, I mean, that's sort of what you did with this originally. So we'd be in a position, I think, this fall to be able, and we may want to get some more specific direction from one of the committees in the meantime. Say, here's what we're looking at doing, whether it's a rail or whether it's a P&S or finance or something like that. I think we could use a little guidance from the council along the way, make sure that we're bringing back the data on the important components to start to flesh this thing out. But I do think that there are, I mean, again, there's already stuff we put on the table. Karen, I actually thought that Councilmember Holman, I think the consultant study on paid parking actually identified potential revenue streams that could be quite significant. Now, I mean, I'm not saying we should do this, but the potential to be able to advance money to the TMA and repay it back with parking funds is a very legitimate, within reach strategy. But one, the council has to ultimately say, well, we want to go down that route. And for you to go down that route, there is going to have to be some due process, right, with the council and the community in some way. And in truth, you don't really need a stakeholder group, in my view, to push all that through. You have to have a way where you are pointedly engaging with the community at the right places and through the right approaches to get the feedback what to do. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of arrows in our quiver. I just think we need to get organized about them and clear with the council, and then you really can begin to identify the gap. So it's not just, let's get the funding source. Here's the deficit that we want to try to close, and here's the means that we want to do to do it. And then how do we get the people who may have to pay for that on board with that? That's really what you're talking about. Because a lot of this is just the same old campaign kind of issue. How do you get people on board with them saying, wow, you're really right, the problem's clear, the solution's the right solution, okay, I can get on board with it. And that's the sequence we should go through. I think we could be way better in the fall than if we were to start something up with a stakeholder group right now. I do agree with the mayor. I mean, it takes a lot. I mean, people will be sending us off, get us this, would you look at that, we're going to do this. And I could almost say, I think the council already knows what it wants to do about that. Why do we have to go through this process? At least now. I think down the road you may say, we do want to generate some engagement process.
All right, we come back to the council for motions, et cetera. Councilmember Niss.
So I'm going to move the staff recommendation, as I mentioned a half hour ago or so, which defers the formation of a transportation tax stakeholder advisory committee and reconsider the need, purpose, and specific tax associated with such a committee at a fall date to be determined after we return from the break.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And if I could continue on that, let me tell you several things that are concerning me. First of all, I just had a side conversation with Eric, and I hope when he speaks, he will say how much of what is listed here is funded from some source other than general fund. And I know that our parking garages are in particular, because that was why we raised our TOT. That TOT is the envy of our surrounding communities, many of whom still have 10%. So it makes a big difference to have the TOT. I think the second part of this is we need to get through the budget first. We don't quite know what is going to show as a result of the budget hearings, and we're not going to vote on the budget until almost the end of June. So there's going to be some period of time before we really know what we've got and where we could take that from. I'm worried about tax fatigue. We've just really pushed hard on Measure B. We supported the county on that. We delivered, and there are a number of things in there, and I'm looking out at Adina and certainly at Yurko. There are promises that were made in Measure B, and we're really looking to have those promises fulfilled. And at every policy meeting I go to at VTA, I talk about that and say, we supported you, and we really feel strongly now it's your turn to support us. And there are a number of areas, not only in the rail separation, but in addition to our shuttle, which could make a big difference. So, said with tongue in cheek, but I think if we were to do this tonight, to go ahead with the stakeholder group, we really would do that old saw, putting the cart before the horse. We're just not quite ready to get that horse in gear and drag a cart, because we're not quite sure what's going to go into the cart yet. So I would say that defer this to the fall, look at this list, see where the funding is actually coming from. Let's see what the Budget Committee does, finishing this up, and we'll hear that at the end of June. And then I think we'll be on track to get our timing right and our process in order. And I think we'll be then ready to go ahead with this. But just as several of you have said tonight, when we first talked about this, the question that came from the public was, what are you going to do with the money if you raise the money? And my recollection, Jim, am I right, was it about $6 million we were going to raise?
That was, well, those were some of the figures. That was about the scope of the business tax idea.
But in that range,
to generate $6
right.
million.
And the other thing that someone should also look at is, where are we currently in coming up against the ceiling with the tax, with the county tax? And sales tax. And I think
I mean, we actually, I'm trying to remember what happened on this, because there was a little bit of fall off also. Huh?
And would that tax be considered as part of what we would be, of the ceiling we'd come up against?
Well, it depends upon the form of the tax. You know, if it were a definitive sales tax, then it would count against that percentage, that limit.
What kind of tax could we have that doesn't push up against it?
Be a business,
Parcel
that could be
tax,
a
maybe, yeah, maybe a parcel
license
tax.
tax, a parcel
I think
tax.
sales tax, though, is always the most straightforward, so I think we do need to look at where that ceiling is currently. Okay, with that,
So just one housekeeping matter. So to associate with such a committee and return to council in the fall.
yes, with that,
Right.
and return in the fall with a date to be determined.
Yeah.
So we're not indicating exactly what time yet.
So I know this is the motion, the way we wrote it, but, you know, as I was listening a little bit of the council, I'm a little bit concerned that you would think this is just postponing doing anything on this recommendation without pointing towards something a little bit more specific that you would want us to be sure we're talking about when we come back in the fall.
So I was going to make the same comment, frankly. Yeah, I think we need to tweak it a little bit. So I actually think it's too much focused on the stakeholder committee. Maybe it does say defer forward transfer to the committee and reconsider the need, purpose, and specific tasks associated with the committee. Frankly, I personally probably wouldn't support moving forward with a committee unless staff really came back and said that's the way to go. But I do want staff to return with some more clear information as to what we need. So what would you suggest putting in there? And that's what I was saying, return, committee and return in the fall to council, and such a committee, and return in the fall to council, we missed the to council part, with some information. And I guess I wanted to get a sense of what you thought you might be able to provide us after listening to the discussion of, the 9 of us.
Yeah. I think, if we were to say that you want us to, forget this kind of piece of it for just right now, but, separate, that we would come back with a problem definition related to traffic reductions, as far as objectives, initiatives underway, and known funding sources, at least as of this time, identified, with the ability then for the council to do a clearer assessment about both the need and our strategy. And then that would provide a foundation for us to have a meaningful conversation that say, okay, I get how much return on funding that we have right now. You could have an intelligent conversation that would begin to assess the viability of the TMA just based on what we know as far as funding now. And that you would then want to, so I think this isn't part of the motion, I'm speaking to it.
Maybe you could get it to the clerk and,
Well, let me go back. We would come back with a clear problem definition related to traffic reduction strategies,
okay,
including
staff will come back with.
Right.
And I think you need to write it, otherwise Jim will be saying it 4 times.
Right.
With the review of existing initiatives, funding sources, and an assessment of the gap between the need and, where we are at that point in time. And that's really the foundation for your subsequent discussion and direction to staff as to what you want to do next.
The gap is where you really, nailed it. Good.
Resources available.
Return the fall with
Funding available.
Existing initiatives, funding sources, the gap between the need and the resources available. Okay.
Yep.
That covers it.
And then you can begin to give us direction about what the magnitude is and what you want us to do with that.
All right. I'm fine with that. I'm going to go to Councilmember Filsath, who actually wanted to weigh in on the language.
Yeah, I was going to. I was going to suggest some of this amendment, but I think you've captured a lot of it. I want to ask I wanted to take a swing at the answer to some thoughts about Liz's question on which things where. But I wanted to. Is it too directive to suggest that staff actually come back with a transportation funding plan that includes a target 30% reduction in commuter SOV trip rates? Is that too prescriptive? As opposed to sort of just an overview? Could you actually come up with here's a preferred plan?
I'd feel better if I could talk with our staff about it.
It may be a bit preemptive.
I think, using the term plan very loosely, some of it may very well be that we kind of go, this idea of, a transportation plan as best as possible, because obviously we're only going to plan around what we know as far as the resources and what can be done. Right. So we could bring that back, and that could be, now, our ability to relate that to an SOV reduction in a percentage, that might be pretty limited. But I think it gives you the groundwork to then say, well, wow, we're not even close to achieving what we want to achieve if we don't figure out how to scale this up. Or you may say, you know, this looks pretty good for where we are right now. Let's get that stuff done over the next couple of years and then see.
I mean, it's really how we fund TMA, both downtown and potentially some other locations. I mean, that's sort of it, right?
So,
You're going to know a lot after the budget, I think, Eric.
Yeah, okay. The one thing, the thing is, as council member, as the vice mayor was saying, well, you know, how do we know which things are funded by who? I was going to suggest a way of thinking about it, right? Which is, you know, and some of these things it's going to be a little bit hard to tell, but some of them are going to be clear. I think, you know, if it involves getting, you know, employees of downtown businesses from out of town into town, like, you know, buying go passes for workers at tech startups. I mean, that seems like it ought to be a business kind of thing. Okay, I don't think residents shouldn't be buying go passes for, you know, Amazon employees or something like that, right? On the other hand, if it involves getting Palo Alto residents around town to services, so seniors to Avenidas or something like that, well, you know, we ought to pay for that. Businesses shouldn't be paying for that. And so I bet a lot of this stuff sort of shakes out and you can say, yeah, this is more like that, and some of it won't, but a lot of it will. And I think that's sort of, so I want to throw that as a framework for maybe how we decide who pays for what in all this.
all right. I'm happy with actually where we are, I think, right now with this, this amendment. The one thing I do think that we want to consider is when staff comes back, I'm not sure if we're funding it through this budget cycle. I assume we are, the TMA. I think one of the things we should consider is that we loan the money to the TMA and that we figure out how to fold that in to get that money back as we move forward. So, Jim, do you know where we are on the TMA stuff?
Yeah, well, so we have a small amount of funding, and I can't remember if it's like, you know, some rollover and like 135,000, something like that sticks in my mind. But it's perfectly appropriate, both at finance and at the council, to dive a little deeper and say, you know, do we want to ratchet that up, and what would that take? I actually think, I think the TMA is critical. And so it does need a funding source, and even if we loan it some money, it puts us on the hook to say we've got to recapture that. We've got to pay it back. You know, it's not going to hurt us in the short term, and it will give us some impetus, even with the community. Say, look, we advanced some money from the general fund. We're not going to just keep it there. It needs to be repaid by the generators of the problem.
That makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, I don't think the general fund long-term residents should pay for go passes for Flipboard employees, right? We could loan it as long as it gets paid back someday, and that's clear.
Right, I just wanted that concept of loaning to be in there when you think about it. I have to say, okay. Councilmember Du Bois.
So it's been a good conversation. Overall, I agree with the comments made by the mayor. But I think some of the details were different from my recollection. So I don't think this discussion about transportation funding was for the TMA only, and we seem to be heading that direction. I think that's really overly narrow. I'm glad to see that's not in the motion. I think we talked about transportation projects. We clearly talked about the need to supplement grade separation, and that this kind of transportation funding could be used for that. We talked about cost of funding new RPPs. I mean, it was pretty wide-ranging. So I'm a little bit concerned. We're getting a little bit off topic by talking about loaning money to the TMA, which is just kind of one project of many. And I'm glad you guys are talking about not having the general fund something. I think I'd really like to find a nexus for something like the TMA between the source of the funds and kind of the use of the funds. So I just want to bring that up. I mean, I think we really did talk about the IBRIC and how we had a variety of transportation projects. It's pretty clear, to me at least, that we're not going to have the funds to cover those just for Measure B. And these, even at the time we were talking about parking meter funds, so that's not really new information. So I just want to bring it back and say, overall, I agree with what you're saying, but I think some of those details were a little different. I also agree to having this come back after the break. We're not specifying a date, but I'm hoping it's August, September, not December 31st.
No, that would be winter.
Yeah. And again, we also talked about, I mean, Liz was talking about things like sales tax, but there's other kinds of taxes like a rail corridor assessment or, you know, special assessment fees that could be tied directly to benefits and the impacts. So just want to clarify, but I support the motion as written.
Greg, could I add something?
Sure, Brad, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Ed just pointed out to me, I think, something that could be useful, and that is, so on June 5th, the June 5th council agenda, we're bringing you the strategic implementation plans for the SCAP. And that identifies some key actions connected to goals over the next 3 years. And the mobility portion of this is one of the big components of that. So we're going to have an opportunity to have an in-depth discussion. I mean, there are a range of areas, energy, water, all that. But even in mobility, you could start to look at, okay, some of these key actions that you're looking at here over the next 3 years, that gives you a sample of what some of the implementation plans would be. And while we haven't quantified everyone, we've also identified the fact that we have funding in some cases, we have the known potential funding in other cases, and we have unknown funding, you know, that we need to pursue. And that may provide a very useful framework for us moving a little more expeditiously and effectively in the fall, too. So I think stay tuned on the June 5th session on the SCAP on mobility.
Okay, Councilmember Holman.
Yeah, a couple of three maybe clarifying amendments to the motion. I also hope, well, can we say like the fall? Because the fall, I was kind of thinking like, well, does that mean November? But can we say August to October to give it some kind of a time frame?
Is the city manager okay with that?
Well, except that, I hate to break it to you guys, August is in the summer, not in the fall.
Yeah, I wasn't, yeah.
Well, okay.
Why don't we say by
September, October?
Yeah, September, October.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, all right. And then it says, with a review of existing initiatives, I would say, because we're looking at what can we do, we've got the SCAPs coming to us, which might identify some other things, but I would say for this point in time, we should say with a review of existing and potential initiatives. And also existing and potential funding sources. Because we don't, you know, I was pointing out earlier a number of things that are funded by the general fund. There are others, of course, that I didn't mention because I was just focused on the ones that are funded by the general fund, at least at this point in time. There are others that, you know, like the shuttle may be partially at least funded by the VTA. I think we ought to have that information too.
You have no concerns with that, I assume. So I'm fine with it if the vice mayor is.
Okay, all right. And this is the assumption that existing and potential would include, you know, whether it's a business tax or a district formed or whatever. So, you know, we can look at whatever might be the most prudent to do, but I think this is flexible enough to give us a good amount of information when it comes back. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no further lights, can we vote on the, Vice Mayor Hess?
Could I just remind us of one thing, remembering, because I was on that committee. I think you were too, Karen. I think we ended up spending about $100,000 doing our research, both in the form of a poll and in an outside consultant. I think am I right? Around $100,000. So whenever we get into something like this, there's a cost simply to do this without us even moving very far down the road. There's a cost here. And if we decide to do special things such as polling to see whether there is support and so forth, that will up the price. Just a reminder that that's what happened the last time, and you end up very quickly just kind of morphing into a different kind of committee. And I recall that it was helpful to have the polling, especially in a variety of other ways. But that potential does exist for amping this up.
All right, if we could vote on the board?
Ready.
And that passes unanimously. All right, now our final is a colleagues memo from council members Fine, Holman, Koo, and Walbach regarding a matching fund opportunity and proposal to increase programming of youth through community services. Of the four of you, who would like to kick that off? Councilmember Holman.
So, yeah, I was really happy to be able to work with 3 other colleagues on this, and also to work with Supervisor Simidian and his staff on bringing this forward. I think it's a great opportunity to bring into alignment some of the funding that we have not had in the past, and also an opportunity to bring youth community services up to being more on parallel with some of the other nonprofits that we support, that the county also supports. The county does not currently have a commitment to YCS, even though it does serve more than one community in our county, and also additionally in San Mateo County. So I think it's a great opportunity to leverage funds. We don't have enough opportunities to do that from my perspective, but especially with the nonprofits and with the services they provide, most especially in this case with our youth, and giving and teaching the youth life skills that help them along a path. We have, not mentioned here, but we have a former mayor that was a graduate of YCS. Yahweh Ye went through YCS and became a mayor. So the leadership capacity that YCS does offer to our youth community, I think is vital to providing lifelines to many people who are in our community who are young at age now and who hopefully will become leaders and contributing citizens in the future. And I'll leave it at that. And you will, I'm sure, have noticed that there is also attached to the colleagues' memo a business plan that's put forth by and developed by YCS on how they would utilize the additional funding over the 3-year period.
Okay. We have no speakers on this, is that correct? Or we have one? Okay. So why don't we go to the public? Unless, is there anybody else? What?
Let's just go to the public.
Yeah, let's go to the public. All right. Leif Erickson. I hope you're not going to oppose this, Leif.
So I'm not sure about your 11 o'clock goal at this point, but I'm here to express my appreciation to Councilmember Holman and to the co-sponsors, Wolbach and Koo and Fine, of the resolution, and to have very brief remarks and then be available to answer any questions. This is another example, like the previous one, of a regional and a local problem and solution. And as you're all aware of the EPIAID report that was recently released, that was requested by the county, mental health, and public health department in cooperation with the Center for Disease Control, the CDC. They released a report on risk factors for youth suicide. It's a whole series of recommendations that they made. And this proposal and the county's interest in supporting this matching grant is in response to the risk factors and the protective factors that were identified in that report. So we are very much in the proposal we put together. We're very much grounded in the research and the science and the recommendations behind that report and some of the other surveys that have been done in recent years. The California Healthy Kids Survey, one of their findings was 36% of our 11th grade girls experience chronic, sad and hopeless feelings. So that's a current recent report in addition to the EPIAID report. So the proposal that we put together is grounded in the research, grounded in the recommendations for connectedness and protective factors. And our plan includes hiring to scaffold on top of our existing programs in the community and the schools, to hire a connectedness coordinator who would not only work with students and youth, but would also work with adult allies in the community and provide training in some of these research-based strategies that adults can use to support our youth. So we are a bargain for a number of reasons. One is we're evidence-based. Two is we leverage our work and our budgets as a nonprofit. We are way cheaper than city staff would be. And we leverage through our collaborative partnerships with the city and the other partnerships in Project Safety Net and the other organizations in the community who are focused on youth. So I'll stop there and see if there are specific questions that I can respond to.
Okay, so now we'll come back to council. Councilmember Walbach.
Well, I was thinking about making a motion, but I think I want to defer the option for that to Councilmember Holman because she was the lead author on this. But I did just want to first say that I really appreciate Councilmember Koo and Councilmember Fine for being co-authors, and really commend Councilmember Holman for really initiating this colleagues memo and for her work to make sure that this opportunity didn't pass us by, and really to help create the opportunity. I think that it's important to be very fiscally responsible, and I wouldn't support something like this for just any project. And the matching funds and the need and the sense of urgency around this are some of the many reasons why I thought this was very worthwhile pursuing. And when Councilmember Holman reached out to me to ask me to be a co-author on this, she made a compelling case, and I hope that my colleagues will see that as well and move this forward. And when it goes to finance, the Finance Committee will also appreciate the merits.
Councilmember Fine.
Thank you. So also want to thank Councilmember Holman for putting this forward and for including me. Pretty short reasoning why I'm supporting this. YCS was cut in the previous recession. They provide important services, particularly to our youth in the city, and this is a great opportunity to secure matching grant funds to provide great services for our youth. It's a good program, it's a good time, we could use the money, and this is essentially cheaper than other options that we have. I don't like spreading around money for individual pots. This is actually a great time to do it. It's nice to know that that Supervisor Smidian is hopefully in support of this as well, and I think we could send that signal and let them know that we would be interested in securing those grant funds. So I'd encourage you to support this as well.
All right, Councilmember Holman.
So to answer a question that was sort of posed, yes, Supervisor Smidian is in support of this, and it's going through their process currently as well. And just a couple other quick comments I didn't make earlier is another reason this is so critical at this point in time in particular is because both the cities of East Palo Alto and the school district are reducing their funding to YCS because of their own budget concerns. So we're sort of backfilling that as well. So question for City Attorney is could we refer this to Finance tomorrow night, which is where I think we're looking at other funding along these lines, or that's not enough notice time, so it would have to be a week from Tuesday, correct? Or it'd have to be it could be Thursday, I guess. So Rob isn't here, so I'm not quite sure what the best fitting meeting date is. So the other option is I could just make a motion to refer it to Finance at the most opportune and nearest date.
Well, why don't you just, you're going to refer it to Finance in the motion.
Right.
So if we can deem that it's appropriate to take it up tomorrow night, we'll have that answer by tomorrow night. And if not, we'll have to do it at wrap-up on the 18th.
Okay, I would hope it would not be at wrap-up. But, okay, so I'll move that we refer the YCS potential funding opportunity, matching funding opportunity and proposal to increase programming for youth community services to Finance Committee at the earliest and relevant opportunity.
Okay, do you wish to speak further to your motion?
Only just to say, YCS has become over the years one of my favorite nonprofits because I just see how much they do in the community, and so many times you turn around and see, like, you know, who's doing what in the community. YCS is out there all the time with a number of really tremendous public events, community events that support and honor others and help others. Their efforts as a part of Make a Difference Day are phenomenal, just to name one. And I could go on and on and on, and I won't at this hour, but they've just become one of my favorite organizations for, I think, good reason. And I think and hope that this funding will come through and that it will take them to actually the next level of being able to be an implementer of programs in our community to serve our youth.
All right, and you second the motion, Councilmember Walbach.
Yeah, and to add to the comments that Councilmember Holman just made, again, I would just encourage members of the Finance Committee and the rest of the council to focus on the value that this investment would return, both financially and for the community.
Okay, seeing no other lights, we could vote on the board. And congratulations, that passes unanimously. All right, and now we are to council member questions and comments. And
Until 11.
yes, so I just have one comment. So for the next council meeting, we have two requests from two council members to appear by phone. Councilmember Tanaka and Councilmember Du Bois. I think we should honor both those requests. I didn't get much detail from Councilmember Du Bois, but I gathered it was some family issue. And Councilmember Tanaka is involved in the Asian Pacific Islander League of Cities leadership, and that's the only time he could attend that. I think both of those are worthwhile things that council members may need to do. Our procedures are a little unclear in this. In fact, we actually did refer this provision to Policy and Services, who actually suggested changes to make it clearer and actually much more reasonable in the way it is, which basically limited council members to doing this 3 times, if I recall what we've done. I would like, and I'm going to look at the chair of Policy and Services, I would like this provision clarified. You know, I think it's been a long time since it went to Policy and Services. It was supposed to come back to council. I think you should just take a quick look at it and then bring it to council, or staff should just bring this directly to council.
So, thank you, Mayor Scharf. The committee did complete its review.
Oh, it did? Okay.
It's on staff, and specifically, it's in my office. So,
okay.
So I will work and move it forward. The clerk will also review it. So it's our responsibility at this point.
All right, great. So I did want to say that it is discouraged, and I don't expect this to suddenly people to start doing this.
So practice just having 7.
No, I just think, yeah, I think it's important to just say that our procedures do discourage that, and this is not something we encourage doing, and that obviously if there is an emergency or something like that. I also want council members who are on the phone to have expectations that you're not going to get to talk much. It's very difficult. I don't expect you guys to be making motions. I don't expect any of that. It's a very awkward thing when someone's on the phone. So anyway, I just wanted to set those expectations. And if anyone had any questions, feel free to raise it. Yes.
So I have a question. So will this be on the phone or Skype, or could we manage 2 different Skyping entities?
So I don't think we're going to Skype.
What's the expectation?
I don't think we're going to Skype. I'm leaving it up to the clerk's office to work out the technological details, and that works best for whatever the clerk is. I'm not going to sit here and dictate it or have us dictate it from the council.
And council members who are proposing this are well aware of the posting on the other
Yes.
locations and
Yes.
such?
They have both been made well aware of the posting
Okay.
requirements, and they'll be following them. All right.
Mr. Mayor, if I just might add, with the council's indulgence, having experienced this in other venues, in particular that other college town across the bay, I think your point about the technical difficulties a little bit are really legitimate, and it only does work well if the remote people speak very judiciously and not. I mean, it can, I just would say that it can get to be a little bit of a challenge as your voice comes through the ether into the room and everything.
It's a good time to learn to speak briefly.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Niss, you wanted to speak too.
So I want not to speak to the phone thing,
Right.
but I wanted to show you something because I'm so pleased about this. You remember I'm chairing the Bay Area Air Quality Management District this year, and they published this Spare the Air, Cool the Climate, which is a blueprint for clean air and so forth. But also, just wanted to read you this because this is part of the mission. And what this says is that the Air Board, CEQA, and AB 32 are all about health. And the board mission says the Air District aims to create a healthy breathing environment for every Bay Area resident while protecting and improving public health, air quality, and the global climate. I love serving on this board. I really do. It's very satisfying to think that something you're serving on like this really makes a difference in the health of your community in the Bay Area and in the 9 Bay Area counties. So just wanted to share it. It's online. It's online at Baymac, and you can pull it up there as well.
Okay, meeting adjourned.